Welcome, seekers of the strange and unusual. Today, we're venturing into a place of breathtaking beauty, a landscape of rolling hills, cascading waterfalls, and stunning vistas. Shenandoah National Park. But beneath the scenic splendor lies a history that's much darker than most visitors realize. They say that some landscapes hold memories, that the echoes of the past can still be heard if you listen closely enough. And in the misty hollows and dense forests of Shenandoah, those echoes can be downright chilling. We're not just talking about campfire stories here. We're talking about documented accounts of phantom apparitions, unexplained lights, and eerie encounters that have been reported for generations. In this video, we're going to peel back the curtain of natural beauty to explore the unsettling legends that haunt this iconic park. We'll delve into the stories of the spirits left behind when the park was created, the ghostly figures seen wandering the trails at twilight, and the strange phenomena that defy logical explanation. So turn down the lights, get comfortable, and prepare to see a side of Shenandoah National Park you've never seen before. The mountains are waiting, and they have stories to tell. My name is Cade Maxwell, but in the circles where I move, the tight-knit communities of those who seek the Earth's hidden places, I'm known by another name, Fave-Rat. It's not a title I chose, but one I earned. It was given to me with a mixture of derision and respect by those who are content with the sunlit world, who see my passion as a descent into madness. To me, it's a badge of honor. A rat knows the secret ways, the paths between walls, the dark spaces that lie just beneath the surface of the ordinary. It survives where others wouldn't dare to tread. That's what I do. I am an urban explorer, a spelunker, a modern-day cartographer of the forgotten and the forbidden. My work, my life's obsession, is to peel back the veneer of civilization and stare into the planet's raw, unblinking abyss. While others crane their necks to see skyscrapers, I look for the subtle depressions in the earth, the hairline fractures in rock faces, the whispers of undiscovered voids. Shenandoah National Park, to the average tourist, is a masterpiece of rolling hills, scenic drives, and postcard, perfect vistas. To me, it's a beautiful lie. A green blanket thrown over a labyrinth of secrets. The real Shenandoah, the one that calls to me, isn't the one bathed in sunlight, it's the one that sleeps in eternal, geological night. For years, I'd heard the stories, of course. Every old town, nestled in the shadow of a great wilderness, has its ghosts. In Luray, the locals spoke in hushed tones about the moon-eyed folk. The legend was old, fragmented, and reeked of campfire hokum. They were a race of pale, subterranean people, albinos whose eyes were so sensitive they could only emerge from their cave dwellings on the blackest, moonless nights. They were shy, reclusive, and ancient, a remnant of a people who retreated from the sun long before recorded history. Most dismissed it as folklore, a quaint explanation for strange echoes in the hills or the occasional odd rock formation. Bull hockey, I'd always said, a convenient spook story to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. But even the most ridiculous legend has a seed of truth, and the idea of vast, unexplored cave systems beneath the park's mapped out trails was a siren song I was incapable of ignoring. My obsession led me to a fissure. It wasn't on any park map or geological survey. I found it through a combination of satellite imagery analysis, painstaking cross-referencing of old settlers' journals, and a healthy dose of sheer, dumb luck. It was a jagged wound in the side of a rocky outcrop, half hidden by a curtain of ancient poison ivy, exhaling a breath of cold, still air that was a stark contrast to the humid warmth of the Virginia summer. This was it. This was the kind of place that didn't exist in the official world. It was an invitation from the earth itself. The preparation was a ritual, a sacred dance of clicks, snaps, and pulls. I anchored my primary and secondary ropes to a thick, gnarled oak, its roots digging into the rock like desperate fingers. I checked my harness, my carabiners, my descender. Every piece of gear was an extension of my body, a promise of safety in a place where safety was a foreign concept. My headlamp, a high lumen beast, cut a brilliant white circle against the darkness of the fissure's maw. I took one last look at the sun-drenched canopy above, the world of green and blue, and then I stepped off the edge into the quiet and the cold. The descent was hypnotic. The walls of the fissure were tight, slick with moisture that wasn't just water. It had an oily sheen, catching my light in greasy rainbows. The temperature plummeted. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth, wet limestone, and something I couldn't place. It was a musky, organic smell, like a den of some large animal, but it was tinged with an unfamiliar, almost metallic sharpness. It was the smell of something old, something that had been breathing the same recycled air for centuries. The sound of the world above vanished, replaced by the soft rasp of the rope sliding through my descender and the gentle clinking of gear against my harness. The silence in these places is never truly empty. It's a presence, a weight on your eardrums. It's the sound of millions of tons of rock holding its breath. After 100 feet, the fissure opened into a proper cavern. My headlamp beam sliced through an oppressive darkness, revealing a space far larger than I had anticipated. It wasn't a grand, cathedral-like chamber, but a chaotic jumble of massive boulders and towering stalagmites, like the ruins of a subterranean city. The formations were bizarre, twisted into shapes that defied the slow, patient artistry of water. They seemed contorted, almost pained. I unhooked from the rope and planted my boots on the cavern floor. The ground was a soft, loamy soil, not the hard rock I expected. It was littered with bones, but they were small, mostly from bats and other small animals. Standard for a cave entrance. I began to explore, my light sweeping across the walls, painting them in stark relief. And that's when my light flickered. It wasn't a battery issue. I had put in a fresh set. It was a quick, violent stutter, as if a hand had been passed in front of the lens. I froze, every nerve ending screaming. I scanned the darkness, listening. Nothing. Just the heavy silence. I shook my head, blaming it on a loose connection, on fatigue. I was deep underground, alone. The mind plays tricks. I continued my sweep of the walls, and the beam landed on it. The flickering had not been a malfunction. It was as if something wanted me to see this. There, carved into the rock face at about eye level, was a symbol. It was crude, gouged into the stone with a primitive tool, yet its lines were deliberate, confident. It was a circle, and inside the circle was a single, stylized, staring eye. The pupil was a deep hole boring into the rock. It wasn't ancient Native American petroglyph. I had studied them extensively. This was different, uglier, more direct. It felt less like a story and more like a statement, a territorial marker, a warning. The rock around it was worn smooth, but not by water. It was smooth in the way that a worry stone becomes smooth from the repeated touch of hands over countless years. Driven by a compulsion I didn't understand, I reached out. I pulled off my glove, needing to feel it with my bare skin. The moment my fingertips touched the carving, a coldness unlike anything I had ever experienced shot up my arm. It wasn't the simple chill of the cave. This was a deep, predatory cold. A cold that felt like it had a will of its own. It felt like touching a tombstone that was still absorbing the warmth of the life it contained. And then I heard it. From the impenetrable darkness deeper in the cave system, beyond the reach of my light, came a sound. It was not the drip of water or the scuttling of a bat. It was the distinct, grating scrape of stone against stone. It was a deliberate, rhythmic sound. It was the sound of something carving, and it was answered by a low, guttural chitter, a wet, clicking noise that echoed in the vast, silent chamber. The bull hockey legend of the moon, eyed folk vanished from my mind, replaced by a primal ice-water certainty. The carving wasn't a relic of the past. It was a sentry post, and I had just announced my presence. I was not alone. The silence was broken, the stillness was a lie, and the musky, unfamiliar smell in the air suddenly smelled of hunger. Panic is a corrosive acid. It eats through training, dissolves logic, and leaves behind only the raw, screaming nerve of survival. For a split second, that acid flooded my veins. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every instinct, every primal fear inherited from a billion years of evolution, screamed at me to turn, to scramble back to the rope, to claw my way back to the sunlit world, to run. But I am Cavrat. I earned that name by silencing that scream, by pushing past the point where others retreat. The explorer in me, the obsessive cartographer of the dark, wrestled the panic back into its cage. Fear was replaced by a hyper-focused, adrenaline-fueled clarity. The scraping sound continued, a rhythmic, patient scrape, accompanied by those wet, chittering clicks. They weren't random noises. They were the sounds of industry, the sounds of purpose. My hand, which had been frozen to the eye carving, recoiled as if burned. The predatory cold lingered in my fingertips. I forced myself to breathe, slow and deep, the vapor pluming in my headlamp's beam. I killed the main light, plunging myself into a terrifying, absolute blackness, leaving only a low-power, wide, dispersion red light on. Red light is harder for many animals to see, a trick I'd learned long ago. It wouldn't hide me completely, but it might buy me a few precious seconds. The world transformed into a bloody, monochromatic nightmare. The sounds were my only guide. They came from a passage to my left, an opening I hadn't noticed before, partially concealed by a large, twisted stalagmite that looked unnervingly like a screaming figure. I drew my ice axe from its holster on my pack. It was a tool for climbing, for emergency situations. But in my hand, its weighted head and sharp pick felt reassuringly like a weapon. Every step was a calculated risk. The soft, loamy soil that covered the cavern floor, which had seemed odd before, now seemed sinister. It muffled my footfalls, but I feared what else it might hide. As I drew closer to the passage, the musky, metallic smell intensified until it was a suffocating presence. It was the smell of a butcher's shop left to rot, of unwashed bodies and old blood. My stomach churned, but I pressed on, my back sliding against the cold, damp rock. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was 1,000 times worse than the noise. The chittering continued, but it changed in pitch, becoming faster, more agitated. It sounded like a conversation, a series of urgent warnings. They knew I was there. They knew I was close. I peered around the edge of the stalagmite. The passage opened into another, smaller chamber, and what I saw stole the breath from my lungs. The source of the scraping sound was a creature hunched over a large, flat stone. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but horrifically wrong. Its skin was a pale, almost translucent white, like the belly of a fish, crisscrossed with a network of blue and purple veins. It was emaciated, its limbs long and thin, jointed at angles that seemed unnatural, insect-like. Its back was, to me, its spine a series of sharp, protruding knobs. It had no discernible hair, only smooth, pallid flesh. In one of its 3 fingered hands, it clutched a sharpened piece of flint, which it was methodically scraping against the stone, carving another one of those staring eye symbols. Then it turned its head. The movement was not human. It swiveled its head almost 180 degrees, its neck impossibly flexible. And I saw its face. The legends, the old whispers from Luray, they weren't just stories. They were a pale imitation of the truth. It had no nose, only 2 vertical slits that flared as it sniffed the air. Its mouth was a wide, lipless gash that stretched nearly from ear to ear. But the eyes, oh God, the eyes. They were huge, perfectly round and milky, white, occupying almost 1/3 of its face. They were the eyes of a deep, sea creature, of something that had never known the sun. They were moon eyes, and even in the dim red light, I could see they were not blind. They were fixed directly on my position. It let out a high, pitched shriek, a sound that was half whistle, half scream, and the chittering from the darkness around it erupted into a cacophony. I didn't wait. I scrambled back, my feet slipping in the soft soil, and ran. I abandoned stealth, abandoned reason, and gave in to the pure, unadulterated terror. Behind me, I heard the skittering of claws on rock, the shrieks echoing in the cavern. They were coming. Plural, more than one. I fumbled for my main headlamp, flicking it back on. The brilliant white light was a comfort, a weapon of its own. I swept the beam behind me and caught a glimpse of movement. 2 of them were pouring out of the passage, their pale forms looking ghostly and nightmarish. They recoiled from the light, shielding their massive eyes and hissing, but they didn't stop. They just flowed into the shadows at the edge of my beam, flanking me, hurting me. My only goal was the rope, the single thread that connected me to sanity, to the world above. The main cavern, which had seemed like a jumble of rocks, now felt like a purpose-built arena. The path I had taken was clear, but every other direction was a maze of stone pillars and deep shadows where more of them could be hiding. I could hear them, chittering and clicking from all sides, their sounds echoing in a way that made it impossible to tell how many there were. 10. 20. I reached the spot where I had unclipped. My eyes shot upwards, searching for the comforting sight of my rope dangling from the fissure above. It was there. A thick, nylon lifeline in a world of horror. But my relief was instantly shattered. Clinging to the rope, about 20 feet above the cavern floor, was another one. It was smaller than the others, but it moved with a horrifying agility, its long spider like limbs wrapped around the rope. It was chewing on it. Its lipless mouth was working methodically, its sharp needle like teeth gnawing at the synthetic fibers. The ground beneath it was littered with tiny, shredded pieces of my rope's colorful sheath. It wasn't just trying to cut the rope, it was eating it. It stopped chewing as my light hit it, its huge, milky eyes blinking slowly. It opened its mouth in another silent scream and began to climb down, not with its hands, but with its feet, its body inverted, its head hanging down as it descended towards me, like the most grotesque spider imaginable. Below me, the two from the passage were closing in, their hisses growing louder. Above me, the spider thing was methodically, patiently, coming to greet me. I was trapped. The musky smell of hunger was everywhere. My ice axe felt pitifully small. The single, staring eye carved into the wall seemed to watch me, a silent, mocking testament to the oldest warning in history. Some places are not meant for man, and some secrets are meant to die in the dark. Time shattered into frozen shards. Above, the spider thing descended, an albino nightmare unfolding. Below, the two hunters stalked forward, their lipless mouths agape, their milky eyes reflecting my headlamp's beam with a dead, pearlescent light. The chittering symphony from the surrounding darkness rose in pitch, a chorus of imminent violence. The Cavarat mind, the part of me forged in pressure and blackness, took control. Flight upwards was impossible. A direct fight was suicide. Therefore, the only option was a third way, a path that didn't yet exist. My eyes darted around the cavern, desperately mapping the terrain. The beam of my light, my only true weapon, swept across the chamber and snagged on an imperfection near the floor on the far side. A dark, vertical slash in the rock, barely wider than my shoulders. It wasn't a passage. It was a crack, a geological afterthought. It was nothing, and it was everything. The plan formed in a terrifying, millisecond flash. I needed a distraction. I ripped a high-intensity chem, light from the webbing on my pack strap. My thumb cracked the vial inside, and a searing, chemical, green light flooded my hand. The hunters flinched, hissing at the new color. With a desperate roar, I hurled the glowing stick as hard as I could, not at them, but past them, deep into the passage from which they had emerged. It worked better than I could have hoped. The sudden, alien light source appearing in their home territory threw them into chaos. They shrieked and recoiled, turning their heads away from the ghostly green glow, their chittering turning from predatory to alarmed. It was a 2-second window. It was all I would get. My gaze snapped back to the rope eater. It was halfway down, its needle, teeth bared. The rope was too damaged to trust, but it was still my only anchor in this space. I gripped my ice axe, its weight of familiar comfort. I would not climb. I would swing. I took 3 running steps towards the cavern wall, my body screaming in protest. I wasn't aiming for the creatures. I was aiming for a point on the wall about 10 feet up, and as far to the left as I could manage. At the apex of my 3rd step, I leaped, swinging the ice axe in a powerful arc. The pick connected with the limestone with a sharp thunk, biting deep into a fissure. My body became a pendulum. For a heart-stopping moment, I sailed through the air, the cavern floor dropping away beneath me. The 2 hunters, recovering from the distraction, lunged at where I had been a second before, their claws scraping uselessly on the rock. The swing carried me across the open space, but my landing was anything but clean. I crashed into the far wall with brutal force, my shoulders screaming in protest. The pick tore free from the rock, and I crumpled to the ground. Pain, white, hot, and electric, shot up from my left leg. I looked down. One of the hunters, faster than the rest, had managed to rake its claws across my calf as I swung past. 4 deep, parallel gashes were carved into my flesh, welling up with dark, hot blood. The spider thing had dropped from the rope and was now skittering across the cavern's ceiling towards me with unnatural speed. The other 2 were already bounding across the chamber, their pale forms moving in a terrifying, loping gait. There was no time. I ignored the fire in my leg, grabbed my fallen axe, and threw myself at the crack in the wall. It was a squeeze, a horrifying, claustrophobic vise of rock. I shoved my arms and head in first, the stone scraping my helmet and tearing at the fabric on my shoulders. The shrieks and hisses were right behind me, a blast of hot, foul-smelling air washing over my bleeding leg. I felt a sharp pinch at my heel and kicked backward blindly, connecting with something soft that let out a wet squeal. I didn't look back. I wriggled and pushed, my ribs compressing, my lungs burning. The world shrank to this tight, suffocating tube of rock. This was what it meant to be Cavrat. This was my element, and my tomb. The fissure twisted and turned, sloping steeply upwards. It was a vertical climb in near total darkness, my headlamp beam only illuminating jagged rock inches from my face. The sounds of my pursuers grew fainter, their shrieks muffled by the wending stone. I climbed, driven by nothing but adrenaline and the primal will to live. Every upward movement sent a fresh wave of agony from my torn calf, but the pain was a beacon, a reminder that I was still alive. After an eternity of scraping and climbing, a lifetime spent in the guts of the earth, something changed. The quality of the air shifted. It was still cold, but it was fresher, and I smelled rain and wet leaves. Then I saw it, a faint, gray light from above, the surface. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I clawed my way up the last few feet and burst out of a tiny hole on the forest floor, collapsing into a heap of mud and shivering limbs. Cold rain washed over me, plastering my hair to my face and stinging the open wounds on my leg. I had made it. I was out. I lay there for a long time, listening to the rain, the normal sounds of the forest slowly replacing the phantom chittering in my ears. As the gray light of dawn filtered through the canopy, I slowly, painfully, sat up. I was miles from where I had started. I had left everything behind, my ropes, my pack, my gear. All of it was a sacrifice to the darkness. I looked back at the hole I had emerged from. It was just an insignificant crack in the earth, half hidden by ferns. No one would ever find it. No one would ever believe me. The old-timers in Luray, with their quaint whispers of moon-eyed folk, were wrong. So terribly, fatally wrong. They weren't just a legend to keep children from wandering off. They were a biological reality, a species that had chosen darkness over light, and they were fiercely, lethally territorial. The haunting of Shenandoah National Park was a deadly mistake. My mistake. The name Cave Rat was no longer a badge of honor. It was a brand, a permanent scar on my soul, a reminder of the absolute terror that waits just beneath the world we think we know. I survived, but I did not escape. I had stared into the eye of the abyss, and I now knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than any subterranean cold, that it was staring back. The haunting wasn't in the park anymore. I had carried it out with me. My name is Eleanor Vance. It has been 6 months since the world ceased to turn for me, the day I lost my husband, Richard. He was not a man for grand pronouncements or elaborate gestures. His love was a quiet, steady thing, like the ancient mountains he so admired. It was his final wish, whispered in the sterile quiet of a hospital room that smelled of antiseptic and finality, to have his ashes scattered at Dark Hollow Falls in Shenandoah National Park. He believed nature was the only honest church, and that waterfall, he'd said, was its grandest cathedral. So I came, driving the winding Skyline Drive as the autumn leaves bled crimson and gold across the Blue Ridge Mountains. The beauty was sharp, almost painful, a world vibrantly alive while my own was muted in shades of gray. I carried Richard in a simple, polished oak box on the passenger seat beside me, the weight of it a hollow echo of his presence. I had hoped this final act, this pilgrimage, would offer some form of catharsis. I imagined the roar of the water washing away the clinging tendrils of grief, leaving behind the clean, smooth stone of memory. I was a fool. Dark Hollow Falls was supposed to be a place of solace. The trail down was steep and slick with damp leaves, the air growing cooler and thicker with each step. The sound of the cascade grew from a distant murmur to a thunderous roar that vibrated my bones. When I finally reached the observation point, a space carved from slick, mossy rocks, the spray was a fine, cold mist on my face. It was beautiful, just as Richard had described. A tiered series of falls tumbling over ancient granite, but the beauty held a menacing edge. The mist felt too cold, too cloying, clinging to my skin like a damp shroud. I clutched the oak box to my chest, my knuckles white. This was it, the final goodbye. I tried to summon the words I had practiced, a small eulogy of love and farewell. But they caught in my throat. It was in that moment, as I stood paralyzed by the weight of my sorrow, that I heard it. Beneath the overwhelming roar of the cascade, another sound wove itself into the noise. It was the soft, desolate weeping of a woman. The sound was so clear, so incongruous, that I physically recoiled. I scanned the area, my eyes darting between the shadowed rocks and the dense, dripping foliage. There was no one. A young couple had passed me on the trail further up, but they were long gone. I was utterly alone. It must be the water, I told myself, my mind playing tricks. The acoustics of this place, the way the sound of thousands of gallons of water crashing against rock can mimic a human voice. Grief makes you hear things, see things. It fractures reality. I tried to dismiss it. I took a deep, shaky breath and forced myself to focus on Richard. I opened the box. The ashes within were a coarse, gray powder, a shocking and brutal finality. "I love you, Richard," I whispered, my voice lost in the thunder of the falls. "Be at peace here." With trembling hands, I tilted the box, letting the wind and the spray carry him away, a gray cloud that dissipated into the churning white water at the base of the falls. For a moment, I felt a release, a sense of duty fulfilled. The box was empty. My hands were empty, but the weeping was still there. It hadn't stopped. If anything, it seemed closer, more insistent. It was a sound of profound, unending sorrow, a grief that dwarfed my own. It promised not peace, but an eternity of shared misery. A chill, entirely separate from the damp air, snaked its way up my spine. The feeling of being watched became palpable, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I felt like an intruder who had trespassed on a private, sacred morning. I didn't linger. I turned and practically fled back up the trail, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't look back. The weeping followed me, a faint, ghostly echo that I couldn't seem to outpace, until the roar of the falls finally faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the frantic pounding in my own ears. Back in my rented cabin, a small, isolated structure nestled deep in a grove of hemlocks, I tried to rationalize. It was grief. It was exhaustion. It was the power of suggestion in a wild, lonely place. I built a fire in the stone hearth, the crackle and pop of the flames a comforting, domestic sound against the encroaching twilight. But the cabin, which had seemed rustic and charming that morning, now felt fragile, its large windows like dark, vacant eyes looking out into the unnervingly quiet woods. As I sat there, wrapped in a blanket, a strange detail snagged at my memory. The weeping. It hadn't sounded like a recording or a trick of the wind. It had felt interactive. When I had first heard it and flinched, it had seemed to pause, just for a beat, as if noticing my reaction before resuming its lament. Was that possible? Or was my mind, desperate for patterns, creating them out of nothing? Later that night, as a storm rolled in over the mountains, I was jolted awake by a sound. It wasn't the wind or the rain lashing against the roof. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping on the window pane right beside my bed. Tap, tap, tap. My blood ran cold. I lay frozen, listening. It came again, a delicate, deliberate sound that could not be a branch. It sounded like a fingernail. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, praying for the morning. Through the thin walls of the cabin, carried on the wind from the direction of the falls, I could hear it again. Faint, but unmistakable. A woman weeping in the dark. Morning did not bring the relief I had prayed for. It arrived pale and reluctant, filtered through a thick blanket of fog that clung to the trees and muted the world outside my window. The storm had passed, but a heavy, oppressive silence remained. I had not slept. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves, had sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. The tapping on the window had eventually ceased, but the memory of it, so delicate and so deliberate, was seared into my mind. The weeping had faded with the wind, but I could still its sorrowful echo in the marrow of my bones. I tried to shame myself with logic. I was a grieving widow, alone in an unfamiliar place. My mind, overwrought and exhausted, was simply creating phantoms out of shadows and sounds. The tapping was a branch after all. The weeping a trick of the wind funneled through the mountains. I repeated these rationalizations like a mantra as I forced myself to make coffee, my hands shaking so badly that the grounds spilled across the countertop. But the fear was a living thing inside me now, a cold knot of dread that logic could not unravel. I knew what I had heard. I couldn't stay in the cabin. The walls felt like they were closing in, the large windows no longer offering a view of nature, but serving as portals for unseen eyes. I needed people, noise, normalcy. I drove out of the park, heading to the small, historic town of Luray nestled in the valley below. My stated purpose was to buy groceries, but my real mission was to find an anchor, something to tether me back to the world of the living. The town was a quaint collection of brick storefronts and clapboard houses. I found a small library, a quiet sanctuary of dusty light, and the comforting smell of old paper. On a whim, driven by a compulsion I didn't fully understand, I sought out the local history section. My fingers traced the spines of books on Civil War battles and the founding of the town, but my eyes were scanning for something else. Folklore, local legends, tragedies. It didn't take long to find it. Tucked away in a slim volume titled Whispers of the Blue Ridge, there was a chapter on Shando's restless spirits. And there, under a heading for Dark Hollow Falls, was a story that made the blood drain from my face. It told of a young woman named Clara who had lived in the area in the late 1800s. She was engaged to be married to a man who worked logging the dense forests. The falls were their special place, a sanctuary where they would meet in secret. One autumn afternoon, he was late for their rendezvous. Clara waited for him by the cascade, her anxiety growing with each passing hour. He never arrived. A logging accident, a falling tree, had taken him from her. The story said that Clara, consumed by a grief so profound it shattered her mind, returned to the falls every single day, weeping and calling his name, waiting for a man who would never return. Her sorrow became her entire existence. One evening, she simply vanished. Her bonnet was found near the slick, mossy rocks at the base of the falls, but her body was never recovered. The locals believed she had finally joined her lost love in the churning water. The legend claimed that on quiet, misty days, you could still hear her forever weeping by the cascade, mourning a loss that time could not heal. I closed the book, my hands trembling. It wasn't just a story. It was a confirmation. A woman lost to a grief so complete it had tethered her very soul to a place. A sorrow that promised not peace, but an eternity of shared misery. I felt an unwelcome, terrifying kinship with this ghost. Were our tragedies so different? Both of us, bound to that place by the men we had lost. But my tribute was meant to be one of release. Hers was one of eternal, agonizing entrapment. The drive back to the cabin was a journey into a different world. The afternoon sun, which had seemed so cheerful in town, now cast long, skeletal shadows across the road as I ascended back into the park. The vibrant autumn leaves no longer looked beautiful. They looked like flames, consuming the forest in a silent, colorful fire. The sense of being watched returned tenfold. I felt it in the dark spaces between the trees, in the fleeting shapes at the edge of my vision. I was no longer just a visitor. I was an intruder who knew the secret of the falls. That night, I didn't even try to build a fire. I sat in the dark, clutching a heavy iron fireplace poker, my back pressed into a corner of the room that allowed me to see both the main door and the large window. The sun disappeared, and the forest outside became an impenetrable wall of black. The silence was absolute. The weeping started just after midnight. It wasn't faint and carried on the wind this time. It was close. It was just outside the cabin. A low, gut-wrenching sobbing that seemed to emanate from all directions at once. I squeezed the poker, my knuckles aching. I refused to look toward the window, terrified of what I might see staring back. Then, a new sound. A soft, wet scraping against the wooden siding of the cabin. Scrape. Scrape. It was the sound of something being dragged. It circled the small structure slowly, punctuated by the heartbreaking sobs. My heart hammered against my ribs so violently I thought it might break them. The scraping stopped directly outside the window I had refused to look at. The weeping grew louder, more desperate, right on the other side of the glass. It was a cry of pure agony, a sound no living human should ever have to make. And then I heard a voice, a whisper that cut through the sobs and the pounding in my ears. A voice that was not in my head. It was a cold, wet whisper that seemed to seep through the very glass of the window pane. "He's gone?" The voice whispered, a draft of impossible cold sweeping through the room. "He left me here." "Why did you leave him here, too?" Those words shattered everything. Why did you leave him here, too? The cold, damp whisper wasn't a question. It was a judgment. It was an accusation. This spirit, Clara, didn't see my act as a release. It saw it as another form of imprisonment. She believed I had bound Richard's spirit to this place of pain, a companion for her eternal sorrow. The fear that had gripped me curdled into a nauseating horror. This wasn't just a haunting, it was an invitation into madness. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The air in the room was so cold, it was impossible to breathe, as if my lungs were filling with water from the falls themselves. I could only stare into the blackness beyond the window pane, which I now knew was not empty. I couldn't see her, but I felt her, felt the crushing weight of a century's worth of consolidated grief pressing down on the small cabin. The sobbing and the scraping slowly faded into the dark, leaving a silence that was somehow more terrifying. I sat frozen in that corner until the first weak light of dawn crept in. Fleeing was no longer an option. Where could I go? She knew me now. She had connected my loss to hers. To leave the cabin would be to leave Richard behind, to abandon his memory to be tormented by a spirit so consumed and twisted by its own sorrow. My mistake wasn't just coming here. It was bringing my own pure grief to a place where grief had been allowed to fester and become something malevolent. A thought took root in my mind, a thought born of desperation and the profound love I held for Richard. That love spurred me to do what had to be done. I had to go back there. Back to dark Hollow Falls, not for a memorial, but for a confrontation. I waited until dusk, when the last light of day surrendered to the lengthening shadows. I took no flashlight. I walked the familiar path down into the growing darkness, guided by the pale moonlight filtering through the bare branches. The air was cold and heavy, but I didn't feel it this time. There was only a grim resolve burning in my chest. The roar of the falls grew no longer the thunder of nature, but the wail of a watery tomb. When I reached the observation platform, everything fell unnervingly silent. The roar of the cascade seemed to diminish to a whisper. The cold spray ceased. The air was thick with a tense expectation. "I know you're here, Clara," I said, my voice surprisingly loud and steady. A profound cold gathered around me, more intense than ever before, and in the mist that slowly began to coalesce over the pool below, a form took shape. It was hazy and translucent, the warped silhouette of a woman in a long, old-fashioned dress. Her hair was wet and plastered to an unseen face that was bowed low in sorrow. The weeping began again, soft and immediate, right in front of me. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated pain. "He left me." Her whisper rose again, filled with the bitterness of a lonely century. "He never came back. And you left him here too. This is where love comes to die. You're wrong. I replied, stepping closer to the slick edge of the rocks. I didn't leave him. I released him. The form trembled. Her head lifted slowly, revealing eyes that were just dark pits of emptiness. Release. The voice sharpened with confusion and rage. There is no release from here. Only the waiting and the water. He is part of it now. Like me, we will be in our sorrow together forever. The spirit stretched a translucent arm toward me, and I felt a pull, a frigid gravity that sought to drag me down into her same despair. It was the promise of shared misery, of ending her loneliness by consuming me. No, I said firmly, standing my ground against the psychic tug. My love for my husband is not a chain. It's a wing. My grief is my own, not something for you to burn as fuel for your misery. I thought of Richard, of his steady smile, his quiet strength. His last wish was for peace, not for this agonizing imprisonment. Love is letting go, Clara. It's wanting a soul to be free, even if it means being alone. You don't love him anymore. You only love your sorrow. You've let it consume you until there's nothing else left. As I spoke the words, the moonlight seemed to intensify, casting a direct beam onto her form. A shriek tore from her, a sound of rage and agonizing denial. The mist around her swirled violently. The falls roared back to life with the sound of thunder. I had one last image of those empty eyes widening in a horrible realization. Not of acceptance, but that I would not surrender to her darkness. And then she was gone. The mist dissipated. The unnatural cold vanished, leaving only the damp chill of an autumn night. The falls thundered on once again, just the sound of water. The weeping had stopped. I felt no victory, just a hollow, bone-deep exhaustion. I stood there for a moment longer, then slowly turned and walked away, back up the trail one last time. The next morning, I packed my things and drove out of Shenandoah National Park, and I did not look back. I had set Richard free, but I had learned a terrible truth about the nature of grief. The deadly mistake was believing that all sorrow seeks solace or an ending. Sometimes it seeks only company, and it will do anything to drag you down into the dark with it. My name is Samuel Pickett, though anyone who knows me calls me Sam. To say that history is a passion of mine would be an understatement. It is the lens through which I view the world. I live in a small, quiet house nestled in the shadow of the Blue Ridge Mountains, a place where the past feels less like a distant country and more like a room just next door. My profession is unassuming. I'm a freelance historical researcher, mostly for local authors and county museums, but it affords me the time to pursue my true calling, historical prospecting. My tool is a state of the art metal detector, but I don't hunt for treasure in the conventional sense. I'm not seeking gold coins or lost jewelry. I search for the ghosts of everyday life, the small, forgotten metal things that once meant the world to someone. A belt buckle, a canning jar lid, a child's tin soldier. These are the artifacts that tell the real stories, the quiet, human narratives that are often buried under the grand, sweeping epics of history books. And there is no greater repository of these stories than Shenandoah National Park. The park is a paradox. To the millions of tourists who cruise along Skyline Drive, it is a masterpiece of natural beauty, a carefully preserved wilderness. But I know its other truth. Before it was a park, these mountains were home to thousands of people. Families had scratched out a living on these steep slopes for generations. Then, in the 1930s, they were displaced, their homes dismantled, or left to be swallowed by the forest, all to create this pristine sanctuary. Around the same time, the Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCC, arrived. Young men from all over the country, desperate for work during the Great Depression, were put to work building the very road that now defines the park. They built the overlooks, the picnic areas, the retaining walls. They tamed the wilderness, and in the process, they left their own marks. It was the ghosts of the CCC I was searching for on that crisp, late autumn afternoon. The air was sharp with the scent of decaying leaves and cold stone, and the low, slanting sun cast long, distorted shadows through the skeletal trees. I was in the park's northern district, exploring a rugged patch of woods not far from a stretch of Skyline Drive that I knew from old maps had been the site of a temporary CCC camp, Camp MP2 Matthews Arm. The records were sparse, but they suggested a camp that was hastily built and hastily abandoned. The perfect place for things to be lost. For hours, the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the forest floor and the steady, rhythmic beep, beep, beep of my detector. I unearthed a few rusted railroad spikes and the corroded remains of a tin can, but nothing of significance. The sun was beginning its final descent, painting the western sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, and I knew I should be heading back. I promised myself one last sweep. I swung the coil in a wide, slow arc over a patch of ground near a moss-covered rock outcrop. The detector remained silent. Then, as I moved it over a slight depression in the earth, the speaker erupted. It wasn't the sharp, high-pitched squeal of surface-level trash metal. It was a deep, solid, and unwavering tone. A good tone. The kind of tone that makes the hair on your arms stand up. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knelt, placing the detector beside me, and pulled out my hand digger. The soil was dark and rich, webbed with roots. I carved a neat plug of earth and set it aside. My pinpointer probe went into the hole and shrieked. It was there, close. I dug deeper with my fingers, the cold soil seeping under my nails. My fingertips brushed against something hard, smooth, and cool. Gently, I worked it free from the earth's grip. It was an old harmonica. It was tarnished with age, a dull, greenish-brown patina covering most of the brass. It was dented in one corner, as if it had been dropped from a great height. I could just make out the faded etching of the manufacturer M. Honor. A marine band, the classic. An instrument of the blues, of campfire songs of solitary men far from home. I could almost picture it a young CCC boy, maybe no older than 18, sitting on this very rock after a long day of breaking stones, playing a lonely tune to remind him of home. I sat on the mossy rock, turning the harmonica over and over in my palm. It felt heavy, not just with its own physical weight, but with the weight of time, of the lost stories it held. I brushed the caked on dirt from the mouthpiece with my thumb. The forest had grown quiet, the birdsong replaced by an expectant hush. On a whim, a foolish, irresistible impulse to bridge the 80-year gap between me and that long-gone CCC boy, I put the harmonica to my lips. I drew in a breath and blew. No sound came out, not a whisper of a note. The reeds were likely rusted solid. But something else happened. A wave, sudden and overwhelming, crashed over me. It was not a physical force, but an internal one, a psychic tidal wave of pure, undiluted despair. It was the feeling of absolute hopelessness, a crushing certainty that all was lost and would never be right again. The sensation was so powerful it made my vision swim. And then came the tastes and smells, phantom sensations that filled my senses. The cloying, metallic tang of fear filled my mouth, thick and oily. It was accompanied by the flavor of stale sweat, the kind that soaks through a work shirt on a humid day and never quite dries. Underneath it all was the coppery taste of blood. My own heart was a frantic drum in my ears, but I could almost hear another, a ghostly echo of a heart pounding in abject terror. I felt a phantom pressure on my arms, the ghost of a desperate, powerful grip, as if someone were holding me down. I gasped and threw the harmonica away from me. It landed with a soft thud on a bed of damp leaves a few feet away. I scrambled back, my body trembling, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gulps. The world snapped back into focus. The taste of fear and blood vanished, leaving only the clean, earthy scent of the woods. The psychic pressure was gone. I was alone, but the forest was different now. The peaceful, ancient stillness was gone, replaced by something watchful and malevolent. The shadows were no longer just an absence of light. They were hiding places. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep. Every snap of a twig sounded like a bone breaking. I felt a primal, gut-wrenching certainty that I was being watched by unseen eyes, by something that had been woken by my foolish act. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A sudden drop in blood sugar. A panic attack triggered by the solitude. The power of suggestion from an overactive imagination. None of it fit. What I had felt was too specific, too alien. It was an emotion, a memory, that was not my own. It had been poured into me from that tarnished piece of brass. My first instinct was to run, to leave the harmonica where it lay and flee back to the safety of my car, to the world of streetlights and solid walls. But the historian in me, the prospector, refused. This object was not just a piece of metal. It was a key to a story that had been buried here, a story of terror and despair so potent it had stained the very object that witnessed it. With a trembling hand, I picked up the harmonica. It felt cold, inert. Just a piece of old metal once more. But I knew better. I slipped it into the fines pouch on my belt, my fingers recoiling slightly as I did. As I stood up and turned to leave, I felt it again, just for a fleeting second. The sensation of being watched, the chilling awareness that I was not alone. And I had a terrible, sinking feeling that, by picking up that harmonica, I had made a deadly mistake. I was taking the story, and whatever came with it, home with me. The drive home was a blur of asphalt and encroaching darkness. Every pair of headlights that appeared in my rearview mirror felt like pursuing eyes, and the familiar curves of the road that led down from the mountain seemed sinister and foreign. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, my gaze flicking nervously between the road ahead and the fines pouch resting on the passenger seat. The harmonica inside felt like a lump of radioactive lead, radiating a silent, cold menace that permeated the sterile interior of my car. The feeling of being watched had not subsided. It had followed me out of the forest, a persistent, unseen passenger. When I finally pulled into the gravel driveway of my small house, I didn't feel the usual sense of relief. My home, normally a sanctuary of quiet solitude filled with books and maps, suddenly felt vulnerable, its large windows like dark, vacant eyes. I killed the engine and sat for a long moment in the profound silence, the ticking of the cooling engine the only sound. The rational part of my brain, the historian's mind, was frantically trying to assert control, throwing up explanations like flimsy shields against a battering ram. It was an adrenaline crash, a trick of the low light, the product of a long day spent alone in the woods. But the primal fear that had taken root in my gut knew better. Inside, I locked the door and drew the curtains, a futile gesture against something that I knew was not outside. I emptied the fines pouch onto my large oak worktable. The rusted spikes and fragments clattered mundanely, but the harmonica made a soft, heavy sound. Under the warm light of my desk lamp, it looked less threatening, merely an old, discarded object. I decided that cleaning it might demystify it, strip it of the terrible power my imagination had imbued it with. Using a soft brush and a special cleaning solution I reserved for delicate artifacts, I began to gently work away the decades of grime. As the dirt dissolved, intricate scrollwork on the brass plates became visible. It was a beautiful instrument in its day. Then I noticed something else. Scratched crudely into the metal on the lower plate, almost hidden by the formal engraving, were 3 letters TLD. Initials. A name. TLD. The discovery sent a jolt through me, a thrill of the chase that momentarily eclipsed my fear. This was a tangible link, a thread I could follow. I left the harmonica on a clean cloth on the table to dry and tried to force myself into a normal evening routine. I made dinner but had no appetite. I turned on the television but couldn't follow the plot of the show. The silence of the house pressed in, no longer comfortable, but charged with anticipation. Every creak of the old floorboards, every groan of the pipes, sounded like a prelude to something awful. I went to bed early, hoping to escape into the oblivion of sleep. It was a foolish hope. The dream, when it came, was suffocatingly real. I was no longer myself. I was someone else, someone younger and terrified. I was lying on my back on the hard, cold earth, the scent of pine needles and damp soil filling my nostrils. The night was moonless, the only light coming from a distant, flickering campfire that cast monstrous shadows among the trees. Rough hands held me down, pinning my arms with brutal strength. I could feel the grit of dirt and small pebbles pressing into my back. A face loomed over me, a silhouette against the firelight, its features lost in shadow. There was no sound, only the thunder of his heart, and a wave of pure, hopeless terror. Then a sharp, searing pain exploded in my chest, and I tasted the hot, coppery salt of blood filling my throat. I awoke with a strangled cry, drenched in cold sweat, my own heart hammering against my ribs as if trying to escape. The phantom pain in my chest was so vivid I clutched at it, half expecting my hand to come away wet with blood. The dream had been more than a dream. It was a memory, a violent echo replaying itself in my mind, transmitted through that cursed object. The initials TLD were burned into my thoughts. Whoever he was, I had just experienced the last horrific moments of his life. The next day, sleep-deprived and on edge, I threw myself into research. My personal library is extensive, but my focus had always been on the colonial era and the Civil War, not the Great Depression. I drove to the county's central library, a place where I normally felt at home, but today the quiet rustle of turning pages and hushed whispers seemed to conspire against me. I started with the CCC, pulling every book and file I could find on its presence in Shenandoah. The records for Camp NP2 were just as sparse as I remembered. It was one of the first camps established and one of the first to be closed, its tenure lasting just over a year, from 1933 to 1934. I found rosters of men who were stationed there, long lists of names from Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. My eyes scanned the columns, my finger tracing each line, searching for a TLD, and then I found it. Dalton, Thomas L. from a small coal mining town in western Pennsylvania, age 19. My breath caught in my throat. Thomas L. Dalton, TLD. I had a name. The next step was to find out what happened to him. I cross-referenced the name with camp discharge records. Most men were listed as honorably discharged. Some were listed as deserting. Thomas Dalton was not on either list. It was as if he had simply vanished. I spent hours sifting through microfilm of local newspapers from 1934, the Luray paper, the Front Royal paper. I was looking for any mention of an accident, a disappearance, a body found, anything. There was nothing. No mention of a missing CCC boy. It was a dead end. The official record had swallowed him whole. Defeated, I returned home as dusk fell. The house was cold, colder than the autumn air outside. As I stepped into my study, I stopped dead. The harmonica was no longer on the clean cloth where I had left it. It was now in the very center of my oak table, perfectly aligned with the edges, as if deliberately placed. I felt a fresh wave of ice-cold fear. I live alone. No one had been in the house. My mind scrambled for a rationalization. Had I moved it myself and forgotten? Had it slid? Impossible. The table was perfectly level. As I stared at it, a sound soft and wheezing entered the room. It was a single discordant note, thin and reedy, like a dying breath. It came from the harmonica. I watched, frozen in place, as another note joined the first, then another struggling to form a melody. It was a broken, horrifying tune full of pain and panic, a sound that should not exist. It was the sound of a scream turned into music. The tune grew louder, more frantic, the notes jarring and violent. It was the soundtrack to my nightmare. Then, as the cacophony reached a fever pitch, the harmonica lifted from the table. It hovered in the air for a second, vibrating with the terrible sound, before it was hurled with impossible force across the room. It struck the far wall with a violent crack and fell to the floor, plunging the room into a deafening, absolute silence. I stood there, trembling uncontrollably, the last shred of my skepticism shattered. This was real. The ghost of Thomas L. Dalton was not just in my head, he was in my house. And he was not resting in peace. For a long time after the harmonica crashed against the wall, I didn't move. The silence it left behind was more terrifying than the ghostly noise it had made. It was a heavy, loaded silence, thick with the rage and despair of a spirit denied peace for nearly a century. My skepticism was not just shattered, it was annihilated, reduced to dust. Thomas L. Dalton was murdered, and his tormented soul was chained to that small, battered instrument. And now it was in my house. My terror was a living thing, a cold knot in my stomach that threatened to paralyze me. But underneath the fear, something else began to surface, the historian's resolve, now forged with a grim sense of responsibility. I had unearthed this story, and now I was part of it. Running was no longer an option. This was no longer about a haunted object. It was about a murdered boy who had been denied justice, erased from history. His ghost wasn't haunting me out of random malice. It was a plea, a scream for help from across the decades. The official records were a dead end, a wall of silence erected to conceal a convenient truth. I realized I had been looking in the wrong place. History isn't just written in official documents. It lives in the memories of people, in the stories passed down through generations. The men of the CCC were long gone, scattered to the winds, or buried by time. But there was another group of people who were there, watching from the fringes with resentful eyes the mountain families who had been forced from their homes to create the park. They would have seen the CCC boys not as saviors, but as invaders. They would have watched, and they would have talked. My research shifted focus. I pulled out old survey maps from the 1920s, pre-park archives showing the land plats, and the names of the families who owned them. I cross-referenced the area around the former Camp MP2 and found a cluster of homesteads belonging to a few families, their names etched in faded ink sores: Breeden, Lamb. These were the true ghosts of Shenandoah. It took 2 days of phone calls and cautious inquiries, navigating a maze of familial connections and deep-seated suspicion of outsiders, but I finally found her, Elara Lamb. Her family had lived on a plot of land less than a mile from where the CCC camp had stood. She was 90, 4 years old, sharp as a tack, and lived in a small, tidy house in the shadow of the same mountains that had once been her home. When I arrived, she greeted me from her porch rocker, her eyes pale blue and cloudy with age, assessing me with a lifetime of mountain-bred caution. I didn't lead with ghosts. I told her I was a historian studying the human impact of the park's creation, a topic that immediately softened her demeanor. I spoke about the CCC, and I saw a flicker of something in her gaze. They were just boys, most of she said, her voice a reedy whisper. Scared and hungry. Sent here to build a road for rich folks to drive on, right over our family graves. My heart hammered. I took a chance and pulled the harmonica from its protective cloth. I didn't mention the haunting, only the initials scratched into its side. I found this near the old camp, I said gently. The initials are TLD. Elara stared at the harmonica, her wrinkled face a mask of concentration. Then her eyes widened, and she drew in a sharp breath. Tummy, she whispered, the name a ghost on her lips. Sweet Tommy Dalton. The story poured from her then, a torrent of memory preserved for 80 years. Tommy Dalton wasn't just another CCC boy. He was kind, quiet, and he played the harmonica with a sadness that tugged at your heart. He had fallen for a local girl named Sarah, a friend of Elara's, but his affection had drawn the ire of another man in the camp, a foreman named Carter, a big, cruel man known for his temper and his fists. Carter wanted Sarah for himself. Elara said, her eyes distant. He couldn't stand that she preferred the quiet boy with the music box. He and his friends made Tommy's life a misery. They'd push him, steal his things. But Tommy wouldn't back down. He had a strength in him, a quiet kind. One night, it came to a head. There was a fight down by the creek that ran near the camp. It wasn't a fair fight. Carter and 2 of his cronies went after Tommy. Elara's older brother had been hunting rabbits nearby and heard the shouting, saw the shadow struggling by the firelight. He saw them beat Tommy, saw him fall and not get up. He was just a boy himself and was terrified of Carter, so he ran and hid. By the time he worked up the courage to go back, they were gone. So was Tommy. They buried him. Elara said, her voice cracking. Buried him out there in the woods like a dog. The camp officers came asking questions, but folks around here don't talk to the government. We knew what happened. We knew Carter was a devil. The next week, he and his friends were gone. Transferred, they said. It was all hushed up. And Tommy was just gone. Like he never existed. Listening to her, the final pieces of the puzzle clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The dream, the ghostly hands pinning me down, the searing pain in my chest. It was Tommy's murder, his final terrifying moments. His spirit wasn't just screaming, it was pointing. I left Elara's house with a cold, terrible purpose. I now knew the truth. Thomas Dalton's body was still out there, lost in the woods, his murder unavenged. His spirit was bound to the harmonica, its silent screams a desperate plea for his story to be told, for his final resting place to be found. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at my work table, the harmonica lying before me. It was silent now, as if waiting. The path forward was clear, and it filled me with a fear colder and deeper than anything I had yet experienced. I had to go back. Back to that spot by the moss-covered rocks where this all began. I couldn't call the police. What would I tell them? That a ghost told me. I had to find the proof myself. I had to find him. As dawn broke, casting a pale, gray light into the room, I gathered my gear, my detector, my digger, a powerful flashlight, and a shovel. I picked up the harmonica and, for the first time, its cold surface didn't feel menacing. It felt like a promise. I slipped it into my pocket. Driving back up the mountain, into the heart of Shenandoah National Park, I felt the familiar sense of being watched again. But this time it was different. It was no longer a threat. It felt like an escort. The ghost of Thomas Dalton was with me, guiding me back to the scene of the crime, back to the place where his life was stolen. I knew this was more than historical prospecting now. This was a graveside mission, an act of final justice, and I had a chilling certainty that when I reached that clearing, I would not be digging alone. My name is Amani Washington, and I am a doctoral candidate in American history at Howard University. My dissertation, a project that had consumed the last 3 years of my life, focuses on a niche yet profoundly telling aspect of the American past, the formal, state-sanctioned segregation within the national park system. It was this academic pursuit that brought me to the quiet, unnerving solitude of the Blue Ridge Mountains, specifically to a place whose history is as heavy as the humid summer air, Lewis Mountain in Shenandoah National Park. On the yellowed, brittle park maps from the 1940s, the area is designated with a chillingly stark label, Negro Area. It was one of the few places in the vast, sprawling beauty of the park where people who looked like me were permitted to stay. Now, of course, the signs were gone, the explicit rules erased. But history has a way of staining a place, of seeping into the soil and the wood and the very air you breathe. I could feel it the moment I parked my car and stepped out into the oppressive silence, a silence broken only by the chirr of cicadas and the rustle of unseen things in the dense woods. My plan was to spend a week here, documenting the remaining structures of the segregated campground, absorbing the atmosphere, and trying to weave the ghosts of policy and prejudice into a coherent academic narrative. I was assigned Cabin 21, a small, rustic structure of dark wood and stone that smelled of damp earth and wood smoke. It was basic, but it was all I needed. I spent the first afternoon setting up my equipment: laptop, cameras, audio recorder, and stacks of historical documents I'd brought from the university archives. As dusk began to bleed through the canopy of trees, casting long, skeletal shadows across the clearing, I decided to take a walk. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and decay. The other cabins, most of them unoccupied at this time of year, stood like silent, hollow-eyed sentinels. I walked the perimeter of the old campground, my boots crunching on fallen leaves and twigs. It was here, near the edge of the woods, where the manicured grounds gave way to untamed wilderness, that I first saw her. It was a flicker of movement, a trick of the failing light, I told myself, but my eyes snapped to the spot, and the movement resolved into a shape. A woman. She stood partially obscured by the trunk of a massive oak tree, wearing what looked like a simple, faded cotton dress from another era. Her hair was dark, and though I couldn't make out her features from that distance, I felt an immediate and overwhelming sense of her gaze fixed upon me. It wasn't a threatening look, it was something far more unsettling. It was an aura of unbearable, profound sadness that seemed to radiate from her, a sorrow so palpable it felt like a physical weight in the air between us. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. A tourist, a park employee. Her attire was all wrong. It looked historical, as if she'd stepped directly out of one of the black and white photographs in my research files. I raised a hand in a tentative wave, my voice catching before I could call out. She didn't react. She just stood there watching me. The logical part of my brain, the part that writes footnotes and analyzes primary sources, scrambled for an explanation. It was a local, perhaps someone living nearby, who enjoyed walking the old grounds. But why the period clothing? And why the intense, unnerving stare? I took a hesitant step forward, my academic curiosity momentarily overriding my primal fear. "Hello." I called out, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast quiet. The moment the sound left my lips, she was gone, not in the way a person walks away or runs into the woods. One moment she was there, a solid shape against the darkening trees, and the next, there was nothing but empty space. I blinked, scanning the tree line, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed her whole. Shaken, I retreated to the relative safety of my cabin, locking the deadbolt with a decisive click. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. A deer, maybe, and my tired, over-caffeinated brain had filled in the rest. An optical illusion created by the shadows and the strange, disorienting light of twilight in the mountains. It had to be. But that night, sleep offered no escape. I was plagued by dreams of a woman's soft, mournful humming, a simple, tuneless melody that seemed to seep through the cabin walls. I woke up several times, drenched in a cold sweat, the phantom tune still echoing in my ears. Each time, I would lie perfectly still, listening to the night. I heard the wind sighing through the pines and the distant call of an owl. But underneath it all, I could almost convince myself I heard the slow, rhythmic creak of a rocking chair from one of the empty cabins nearby. The next day, I threw myself into my work with a desperate fervor, hoping to chase away the unease with the cold, hard facts of my research. I photographed the old stone fireplaces, the crumbling foundations of what might have been a segregated mess hall, and the layout of the cabins. I sat on my porch, referencing my photos with the old park maps, but my concentration was shattered. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to hold a human form. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague premonition. It was a constant, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. That evening, determined to prove my own mind wrong, I returned to the spot where I had seen the woman. The sun was setting again, painting the sky in lurid shades of orange and purple. The air was still. I stood there for a long time, my audio recorder running, my camera ready. Nothing. The woods remained silent and stubbornly empty. A wave of relief, so strong it made me dizzy, washed over me. It was all in my head. I was just stressed, isolated, and letting the grim history of the place get the better of me. I turned to walk back to my cabin, a self-deprecating smile on my lips. And that's when I saw it. On the dusty pane of my cabin's main window, the one facing the woods, was a single, perfect handprint. It was small, slender, and etched in the condensation on the cold glass. It was on the outside, and as I stared, heart frozen in my chest, a single, crystalline tear traced a path down the glass from the base of the print, as if the window itself were weeping. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. For a long moment, I was paralyzed, my gaze locked on the weeping handprint. My mind, the trained instrument of a historian, rejected it outright. It was impossible. A strange atmospheric phenomenon, a uniquely shaped water streak. But my gut, a more primitive and honest organ, knew exactly what it was. It was a sign, a message, a remnant of the sorrowful woman from the tree line. With a choked gasp, I scrambled backward, fumbling for the dish towel I'd left on the counter. My hands trembled so violently I could barely grip it. I lunged for the window and wiped, smearing the condensation and the ghostly print into oblivion. But I couldn't erase the image from my mind, the slender fingers, the tear. I spent the rest of the night with every light in the small cabin blazing, huddled in a chair with a heavy fireplace poker in my lap, jumping at every creak of the old wood and every sigh of the wind. The mournful humming from my dreams returned, not as a vague, distant melody, but with a clarity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It sounded as if it were coming from just outside the door. Sleep was not an option. By the first gray light of dawn, I had made a decision. My research had taken an unexpected, terrifying turn. The abstract ghosts of history. policies, the prejudices, had seemingly coalesced into something tangible, something personal. And the academic in me, the part that craves answers and evidence, needed to understand it. Fear was a powerful current, but my curiosity was the stronger tide. I wasn't just researching a segregated campground anymore. I was investigating a haunting. I packed a small bag, my hands still unsteady, and drove down the winding mountain road to the nearby town of Luray. Its historical society, housed in a quaint brick building, held local records that weren't digitized or available in the university's grand archives. I needed specifics. I needed to know if the land itself held a memory of a tragedy. The archivist, a kind elderly woman named Mrs. Gable, greeted me with a warm smile. I explained my dissertation topic, careful to omit my supernatural encounters, framing my inquiry as a search for human interest stories, personal accounts of life at the Lewis Mountain, Negro area. She led me to a small, dusty room filled with filing cabinets and boxes of old newspapers. "Not many folks ask about that time anymore," she said, her voice gentle. "So much of that history, people just wanted to forget." I spent hours hunched over a microfiche reader, the whirring of the machine a hypnotic counterpoint to my frantic search. I scrolled through years of the Page News and Courier, my eyes scanning for any mention of accidents, disappearances, or deaths at the park, specifically within the segregated section. For hours, I found nothing but community picnic announcements and notices about seasonal closures. My initial fear began to curdle into frustration and self-doubt. Maybe I was just overtired, my imagination running wild in the isolated, historically charged environment. Just as I was about to give up, my eyes caught a small headline from August 1951. It was buried deep in the back pages, a brief, almost dismissive article. "Woman missing in Shenandoah Park." My heart leaped into my throat. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the screen. The article stated that a young, colored woman named Sarah Johnson, a visitor from Richmond, had been reported missing by her husband. She had allegedly gone for an evening stroll from her cabin at the Lewis Mountain Campground and had never returned. The report was terse. A search party had been organized, but they found no trace of her. The official conclusion, written with a chilling lack of concern, was that she had likely lost her way in the dense forest and fallen victim to the elements or wildlife. The case was closed within a week, but it was the last paragraph that made the blood drain from my face. It mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that Mrs. Johnson's husband had left the park the day after the search was called off, and that some in the community had whispered of a troubled marriage. And then I saw it. Accompanying the article was a single, grainy, low-resolution photograph of Sarah Johnson. Her hair was styled in the fashion of the early 50s, and she had a soft, gentle smile. But her eyes held a familiar, deep-seated sadness. It was her. It was the woman from the tree line. I printed the article, my hands shaking as I pulled the paper from the machine. Sarah. She had a name. She wasn't just a specter. She was a person. A woman whose story had been dismissed and buried, a footnote in a local paper. The sadness I had felt emanating from her suddenly made a terrible, heartbreaking kind of sense. It wasn't just sorrow. It was the agony of being forgotten, of an injustice left to fester in the soil of that mountain. Driving back up to the cabin was a completely different experience. The mountains no longer felt merely oppressive, they felt like a tomb. The air was thick with Sarah's story. Every tree seemed to whisper her name. I walked into cabin 21 not as a researcher, but as someone who had been unwillingly initiated into a secret. That night, the activity escalated dramatically. The humming was back, but now it was punctuated by soft, heartbreaking sobs that seemed to come from right outside my window. I sat rigidly on my bed, clutching the printout of the news article. The rhythmic creaking of a rocking chair began, this time from the porch of my own cabin. Creak, croak, croak. It was slow, steady, and utterly terrifying. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen in place, a captive audience to this ghostly reenactment. Then a new sound. A loud thud from across the room. One of my research books had fallen from the shelf. I stared at it, lying splayed on the floorboards. It was a collection of historical photographs of Shenandoah. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled purpose, I crawled off the bed and picked it up. It had fallen open to a specific page. The photograph showed a group of black families gathered for a picnic at the Lewis Mountain site, dated summer 1951. In the background, leaning against a tree, was a woman in a familiar faded cotton dress, her arm linked with a man who was looking away from the camera. It was Sarah. As my fingers traced her image, an unnatural cold enveloped me, so intense that my breath plumed in the air. The rocking chair fell silent. The sobbing stopped. The entire world seemed to hold its breath, and then a whisper, as clear and close as if someone were leaning over my shoulder, breathed directly into my ear. It was a woman's voice, faint and filled with despair, and it uttered two chilling words. He pushed. The two words hung in the frozen air, an indictment delivered from beyond the grave. He pushed. My blood ran cold, and the fireplace poker I had foolishly believed could protect me slipped from my nerveless fingers and clattered onto the floor. The whisper wasn't just a sound, it was a transfer of knowledge, of pain, of a 70-year-old secret. In that moment, the vague historical figure of Sarah Johnson became terrifyingly real, her tragedy unfolding in my mind's eye. I pictured her on a dark, lonely overlook, an argument, a shove, and a long, silent fall into the unforgiving wilderness. The official report, lost her way, was a lie. A convenient, racially indifferent lie that had allowed a murderer to walk free. My fear, which had been a paralyzing force, transmuted into something else, a cold, resolute anger. This was no longer just a research project. The lines between past and present, observer and participant, had irrevocably blurred. Sarah hadn't just haunted this place, she had been trapped here, her story untold, her death unavenged. And somehow, for reasons I couldn't comprehend, she had chosen me to be her witness. I knew then that I couldn't leave. Not yet. Packing up my car and fleeing back to the safety of my university life would be a betrayal. What do you want me to do? I whispered into the silent cabin, my voice trembling. I believe you, Sarah. But no one else will. I need something. I need proof. For a long time, there was only silence. The oppressive cold in the room began to recede, but the sense of her presence remained, now less terrifying and more expectant. I looked down at the photograph in my hands, at the image of Sarah on her husband's arm. He was a handsome man, but even in the grainy photo, there was a hardness in his posture, a possessiveness in the way he held her. A sudden, inexplicable urge washed over me. It was a pull, a magnetic draw towards the door. My own will seem secondary to this gentle but insistent command. Following the unseen guidance, I put on my jacket, grabbed a powerful flashlight, and stepped out into the unnerving darkness of the Blue Ridge night. The air was crisp and cold. The humming had returned, but it was different now. It was no longer a mournful, aimless sound. It was a beacon, a thread of sound pulling me forward. I followed it away from the small cluster of cabins, past the tree line where I had first seen her, and onto a narrow, unmarked trail that snaked its way deeper into the woods. My flashlight beam cut a nervous path through the dense undergrowth. Every snapping twig sounded like a footstep behind me, but I knew the only presence with me was Sarah's. The trail grew steeper, the ground more treacherous. I could feel the pull getting stronger, leading me towards a specific point on the mountain. After a 20-minute, heart-pounding climb, the trail opened up onto a rocky precipice. It was a small, natural overlook, unfenced and unmarked on any tourist map, with a breathtakingly sheer drop to the valley floor below. This was the place. I knew it with absolute certainty. The air here was thick with residual emotion, fear, betrayal, and a final, shocking moment of pain. I swept my flashlight beam across the rocky ground, my eyes searching for I didn't know what. A sign. A clue. Decades of rain, snow, and fallen leaves had created a thick layer of mulch and soil over the rock. It seemed hopeless. Sarah, please. I begged, my voice raw. Help me. Show me as I spoke. A sudden gust of wind, cold and unnatural, swept across the overlook. It churned the fallen leaves in a specific spot near the edge, a small crevice in the rock that I hadn't noticed before. The leaves swirled and danced for a moment before settling, leaving the small area strangely bare. I moved closer, my light aimed at the spot, and then I saw it, wedged deep within the rock crevice, almost completely obscured by dirt and roots, was a flash of metal. My heart hammered against my ribs. Using my fingers, I frantically dug away the damp earth. It was a locket. It was small, silver, and heart-shaped, tarnished and blackened by decades of exposure to the elements. I pried it loose. It felt cold in my palm, a tiny piece of frozen time. With trembling thumbs, I managed to force the clasp open. Inside, protected from the worst of decay, were two tiny, faded photographs. On one side was Sarah, the same sad-eyed smile from the newspaper picture. On the other was a picture of a baby, a beautiful little girl with her mother's eyes. This was her secret. This was what she had been holding on to. This was the proof. It wasn't just a random piece of jewelry. It was a part of her soul, lost in her final moments, waiting for someone to find it. Clutching the locket, I made my way back to the cabin. The journey down the mountain felt different. The woods were no longer menacing. The humming had faded. When I stepped back into cabin 21, the air was light. The heavy sorrow that had permeated the very walls was gone. The cold spot had vanished. All that remained was a profound sense of peace, a quiet gratitude that settled over me like a warm blanket. Sarah's long vigil was over. I left Shenandoah the next morning. My dissertation changed course entirely. It was no longer a dry, academic treatise on segregated facilities. It became a story of a forgotten life. I wrote about Sarah Johnson, about the systemic indifference that had allowed her murder to be classified as a misadventure. I used the newspaper clipping, the park records, and the discovery of the locket to piece together the truth of her final days. I turned the locket over to the Historical Society in Luray, along with a detailed account of my experience. Mrs. Gable looked at me not with disbelief, but with a deep, knowing sadness. Together, we amended the official record. Sarah Johnson was no longer just a missing person. She was a woman, a mother, whose life had been stolen from her on that mountain. I never returned to Cabin 21. I didn't need to. The ghosts of Lewis Mountain were at peace. But the experience changed me forever. It taught me that history is not just a collection of facts and dates confined to dusty archives. It is alive. It breathes in the air, stains the soil, and sometimes, when an injustice is great enough, it whispers its secrets to those who are willing to listen. My name is Ruz Donovan, and for most of my 42 years I have been a student of silence. Not the sterile, soundproof quiet of a laboratory, nor the hushed reverence of a library, but the deep, organic silence of the natural world. I am an ethnographer by trade, though my work has strayed far from the study of living cultures. My specialization is lost sounds, the auditory landscapes of civilizations that have long since vanished. I chase the acoustic ghosts of forgotten rituals, the echo of languages no longer spoken, the cadence of music played on instruments, now buried under 1,000 years of dust. It is a lonely profession, one that demands patience and an almost monastic devotion to solitude. My colleagues chase artifacts. I chase the absence of noise, hoping to find a faint, resonant signal within it. This pursuit led me to Shenandoah National Park, not the scenic overlooks crowded with tourists or the well-trodden paths of the Appalachian Trail, but its heart of darkness, the designated wilderness areas where the land is intentionally left untamed. My research had uncovered fragmented accounts from the 18th century, missionary journals and letters from fur trappers that spoke of a strange phenomenon deep within the Blue Ridge Mountains. They described a heartbeat in the hills, a rhythmic, low, frequency sound that could be felt as much as heard, which the local Siouan tribes both revered and feared. They called it the Kaiten Na, which roughly translates to the soul of the mountain. The accounts were dismissed as folklore, the fanciful superstitions of uneducated men. But to me, they were a siren song. I wanted to find a place so utterly removed from the sonic pollution of the modern world that I might hear it too. The goal, therefore, was simple in its conception, but arduous in its execution: find and achieve a state of complete and total solitude. I planned a week-long trek, carrying everything I needed on my back. My route was a fiction of my own making, a jagged line drawn across topographical maps, deliberately avoiding any marked trail or known campsite. For 2 days I hiked, pushing myself deeper into the embrace of the wilderness. The air grew cleaner, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves a rich perfume. The only sounds were my own, the crunch of my boots on the forest floor, the rasp of my breathing, the rhythmic thump of my own heart. It was a cleansing. The static of the city, the traffic, the sirens, the endless chatter, was stripped away layer by layer, until all that remained was the pure, unblemished silence I had come to find. By the evening of the second day, I found the perfect spot. It was a small, level clearing nestled in a deep valley, flanked by a steep, stony ridge on one side and the dry, rocky bed of a seasonal creek on the other. Ancient oaks and hemlocks formed a dense canopy overhead, their branches interlocking like the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral. It felt sacred, untouched. I made camp, my movements slow and deliberate, careful not to disturb the profound stillness. The silence here was absolute. It was so complete that it seemed to press in on me, a physical weight on my eardrums. It was the blank canvas I had been searching for. The first night was blissfully uneventful. I slept the deep, dreamless sleep of the exhausted and the content. The second night was the same. I spent my days exploring the immediate area, taking notes, and making sound-level readings with my equipment. The needle barely moved. There was nothing. No planes overhead, no distant rumble of traffic, not even the call of a bird. The silence was perfect. My academic mind was thrilled, but a more primal part of me, a part I usually kept suppressed, felt a growing sense of unease. The quiet was so profound it felt unnatural, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. It was on the third night that the world changed. I was sitting by my small, smokeless fire, nursing a cup of tea, watching the embers pulse like sleepy orange eyes in the encroaching darkness. The sun had long since set, and the woods were draped in a thick, velvety blackness that my headlamp could only tentatively poke at. I felt a vibration. It wasn't a sound, not yet. It was a tremor, a faint shudder that ran through the soles of my boots and up my legs. My first thought was a small, localized earth tremor, not unheard of in these mountains. I placed my palm flat against the cool, packed earth. Concentrating, it came again. A low, thrumming pulse, like a massive heart beating somewhere deep in the bedrock beneath me. I stood up, my own heart beginning to quicken. I scanned the impenetrable wall of trees around my camp, my light cutting a nervous, jerky path through the gloom. The vibration grew stronger, and with it came the sound. It was faint at first, a low-frequency thump, 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 that seemed to have no direction. It was in the ground, in the air, inside my own chest cavity. It was drums. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Drums. But that was impossible. The park rangers had my itinerary. They knew I was alone. No other permits had been issued for this sector. I was, by every verifiable measure, miles from another human soul. The rhythm was slow, hypnotic, and deeply unsettling. TMP, thump, thump. TMP, thump, thump. It wasn't the wild, chaotic beat of a storm or the random percussion of a falling rock. It was deliberate, measured. It had a purpose. And as I stood there, frozen in the heart of that immense darkness, a cold dread began to seep into my bones. The rhythm wasn't just a sound in the distance. It felt ancient, hungry, and inexorable. It felt like a summons. And in the crushing, perfect silence of Shenandoah, I knew with a terrifying certainty that it was calling for me. Panic is a poor field companion. My training, both academic and practical, had drilled that lesson into me. Panic clouds judgment, wastes energy, and turns manageable situations into fatal ones. I took a slow, deliberate breath, the cold night air stinging my lungs, and forced myself to think. My mind, a frantic machine, cycled through rational explanations. A clandestine gathering, a group of survivalists or a cult, hiding from the world in the park's deep woods. It was plausible, however unlikely. Sound can travel for miles in the still mountain air, especially low frequencies. They could be a valley or two away, their ritualistic drumming echoing in a way that made it seem directionless. I retreated to my tent, the thin nylon walls offering a pathetic psychological shield against the immense, throbbing darkness. I pulled out my professional, grade sound recorder and a highly sensitive directional microphone. Science. Data. These were my tools, my weapons against the encroaching fear. If I could pinpoint the source, give it a location, a distance, a decibel level, I could demystify it. I could turn it from a supernatural dread into a simple logistical problem. I powered on the equipment, slipped on the noise-canceling headphones, and aimed the microphone into the blackness. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The headphones didn't just amplify the sound, they plunged me into the heart of it. The teach-em-pee thump. Thump was no longer a distant beat, but a physical assault. It was a pressure wave that vibrated through my skull, making my teeth ache and my vision swim. On the recorder's digital display, the audio levels were nonsensical. Instead of a clear waveform, the input was a chaotic, jagged mess, spiking violently with each beat, and then flatlining into absolute, impossible silence in the split, second intervals. It was as if the sound was both deafeningly loud and utterly non-existent at the same time. I ripped the headphones off, my ears ringing, my heart hammering against my ribs in a frantic, syncopated rhythm with the drums outside. The data was useless. It was a signal that defied its own physics. The drumming continued its inexorable, maddening pace for what felt like hours. Sleep was an impossibility. I sat cross-legged in my tent, my back against my pack, my headlamp dimmed to conserve the battery. Every rustle of a leaf, every creak of a branch under its own weight, was a new source of terror. The forest was no longer a neutral space. It was listening. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled branches like skeletal fingers poised to tear through the thin fabric of my shelter. My scientific detachment had completely eroded, replaced by a raw, primal fear I hadn't felt since I was a child afraid of the monster under the bed. The difference was this time I knew the monster was real. Sometime after midnight, a new sound began to weave itself into the rhythm of the drums. It was a voice, or rather voices. A low, guttural chanting, melodic yet profoundly discordant. It wasn't in any language I recognized, Siouan or otherwise. The phonetics were harsh, filled with clicks and deep, resonant hums that seemed to originate from the chest, not the throat. Like the drums, the chanting seemed to come from everywhere at once, a chorus of phantoms surrounding my small, lonely camp. The sound wrapped around me, a chilling counterpoint to the relentless heartbeat of the drums, and with it came a smell, the smell of damp soil, of deep, wet caves, and something else, something coppery and vaguely sweet, like old blood. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it all out, but the sound was inside my head now. The Katina, the soul of the mountain. This wasn't a ritual being performed by men. This was the ritual. I was not an observer, I was the audience. Or perhaps the offering. That was when I decided I had to leave. My quest for forgotten sounds, my academic curiosity, it all seemed like the arrogant folly of a fool. This was not something to be studied. This was something to be fled. But the thought of stepping out of the tent into that all-encompassing darkness with its pulsing sounds and unseen chanters was paralyzing. I was trapped, a tiny island of terrified sanity, in an ocean of ancient, malevolent power. I would wait for the first hint of dawn. The sun, I prayed, would burn this away. Light was the enemy of shadows. The wait was the longest night of my life. The drumming and chanting never faltered, never missed a beat. It was a living metronome, counting down the seconds of my life. Around what must have been 300 a.m., the ground began to shake more violently. The teacup I'd left by the fire pit rattled and fell over. The vibration wasn't just in the earth anymore. It was in the air, a physical pressure that made it hard to breathe. The drums were closer, much closer. And then I saw it. My headlamp, sitting on the floor of the tent, was aimed at the zippered door. For a fleeting second, a figure was silhouetted against the thin nylon. It was tall, impossibly so, and gaunt. Its limbs were too long, its joints bent at unnatural angles. It had no discernible features, just a towering, man-shaped void against the faint starlight that filtered through the canopy. It stood there for a single, heart-stopping moment, perfectly framed in the doorway. It didn't move. It didn't have to. Its presence was a scream that drowned out every other sound. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. But the image was burned onto the back of my eyelids. That was no man. That was something else entirely. The rational part of my brain, the last bastion of my former self, finally shattered into a million pieces. The sun was not going to save me. Waiting for dawn was a death sentence. With a surge of pure adrenaline, I scrambled for my pack. I didn't bother with the tent or the cooking gear. I grabbed my pack, my water filter, and my map. My hands shook so violently I could barely work the zipper on the tent door. The drumming was thunderous now, right outside, a physical force pushing against the nylon. The chanting was a cacophony of malice. Taking one last, ragged breath, I ripped the door open and threw myself out into the cold, hostile night. I ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the clearing, away from the sound, plunging headlong into the suffocating, black wilderness of Shenandoah. Running in complete darkness is a form of surrender. You are no longer in control. You are a projectile, launched by fear into a black, unforgiving world. My flight from the campsite was not a calculated retreat, but a blind, animalistic stampede. Branches whipped across my face, leaving stinging welts. Unseen roots and rocks reached up from the forest floor to trip me, sending me sprawling into the dirt and leaf litter. Each time I fell, I scrambled back to my feet with a sob of terror, the heavy pack of cruel, unbalanced weight on my back. The air burned in my throat, but I couldn't stop. To stop was to die. The most terrifying part was that the sound did not recede. No matter how fast or how far I ran, the TMP, thump, thump of the drums and the guttural, alien chanting remained at the same volume, with the same maddening proximity. It wasn't behind me, it was with me. It was a net of sound, and I was just a fly, thrashing uselessly within it. The sound wasn't traveling through the air. It was simply there, a fundamental property of the space I now occupied. I was not escaping it, I was only moving through it. Panic gave way to a cold, lucid despair. I was a scientist, a man of logic, and logic dictated that my current course of action was suicidal. I would exhaust myself, break an ankle, and be taken by whatever was hunting me. I forced myself to a stop, crouching behind the broad trunk of an ancient oak, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. I fumbled in my pack for my compass and headlamp, my fingers numb and clumsy. The light cut a pathetic, trembling beam across the forest floor. I pulled out my map, the paper crinkling loudly in the oppressive soundscape. My location was a guess at best, but I could see a thin blue line indicating a stream about 2 miles to the east. Streams often lead to larger bodies of water, and larger bodies of water often led to trails and people. It was a desperate, flimsy plan, but it was better than running in circles until my heart gave out. I took a compass bearing and began to move, no longer running, but forcing myself into a steady, ground, eating pace. It was a pathetic act of defiance, a dying man clinging to the tools and routines that had once defined his world. The forest fought me every step of the way. Thorn bushes, dense as barbed wire, tore at my clothes and skin. Ravines appeared out of the darkness, forcing me into long, treacherous detours. The ground, slick with moss and damp leaves, offered no firm purchase. It felt personal. It felt as though the mountain itself, the Ka-ten, Na, was actively trying to hinder me, to hold me in place. The sweet, coppery smell of old blood was stronger now, a nauseating perfume that clung to the air. Several times, I caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a flicker of pure blackness against the lesser black of the woods. The tall, gaunt figure was pacing me, a silent outrider to the cacophonous hunt. It never came closer, but it was always there, a promise of the fate that awaited me if I faltered. After what felt like an eternity of this grueling, terror-fueled march, I heard a new sound, faint beneath the drumming, the gurgle of running water. Hope, a feeling so alien it was almost painful, flared in my chest. I pushed through a final, dense thicket of rhododendron and stumbled out onto a rocky bank. It was the creek, not the dry bed from my camp, but a living, flowing stream. I fell to my knees, plunged my hands into the icy water, and splashed it on my face, the shock of the cold a welcome anchor to reality. And then I saw it. On the opposite bank, no more than 30 feet away, it stood, the figure. It wasn't a silhouette this time. In the faint, pre-dawn light that was beginning to filter through the canopy, I could see it. It was not a man, shape void, but something far worse. Its skin was the color of wet clay, stretched tight over a frame of impossible angles. Its limbs were long and thin, but they moved with a slow, rippling grace that suggested immense power. It had no face. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth, only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. And yet I felt its gaze on me, a pressure of pure, ancient malevolence that was heavier than any physical weight. The drumming reached a deafening crescendo. The chanting rose in pitch, a chorus of triumph. This was the end. It had herded me here, to this place. I was trapped, my back to the forest, my end before me. The figure slowly raised one of its long, jointed arms, pointing a slender, tapered finger directly at my heart. I closed my eyes. I had no fight left. A bird chirped. It was a single, clear, piercing note, so out of place in the hellish symphony that it jolted me. My eyes snapped open. A faint, gray light was bleeding into the eastern sky. The first touch of dawn, the figure on the far bank seemed to shiver like a heat haze. The deafening sound began to fade, not abruptly, but like a radio dial being slowly turned down. The figure took one step back, its form becoming translucent, and then, with the first direct ray of sunlight that speared through the trees, it dissolved. The sound vanished completely, leaving behind a silence so absolute it rang in my ears. I was alone. I don't remember the next 2 days clearly. I stumbled downstream, a ghost of a man, running on nothing but the dregs of adrenaline. I eventually found a marked trail, and hours later, 2 hikers who looked at my bloody, wild-eyed form with a mixture of pity and fear. They gave me water and led me to a ranger station. I told the rangers I had become disoriented and had a severe panic attack. They nodded, a story they had likely heard before. They would never know the truth. They could never comprehend it. I left my position at the university. My life's work, the study of lost sounds, had become a source of profound terror. I can no longer bear silence. I live in the city now, surrounded by the constant, meaningless noise of humanity. It is my shield. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the traffic dies down and the world grows quiet, I feel it. A low, deep vibration in the floorboards. And I hear it, faint and far away, carried on the lonely night air. THMP thump, thump. The soul of the mountain, it knows my name. And it is waiting. My name is Brenda Costello, but to the thousands of readers who follow my blog, Unsolved Appalachia, I'm simply Bree. For the past 5 years, I have dedicated my life to exploring the dark, forgotten corners of American history, specializing in the cold cases and unsolved mysteries that litter the mountainous spine of the eastern United States. My work is a blend of investigative journalism, historical documentation, and I admit, a certain degree of morbid curiosity. It is this curiosity that led me to the whispering woods of Shenandoah National Park, to a place where the veil between the living and the dead feels terrifyingly thin. The case that drew me there was the infamous Nicholson Hollow tragedy of 1996. 2 young hikers, Leanna and Julian, vanished from the Storyman Trail, their bodies discovered months later under circumstances that defied logical explanation. The official report cited an animal attack, a conclusion so flimsy it felt like an insult to the victims and their families. The local whispers, however, told a different story, a tale of something ancient and malevolent that resided deep within the park's shadowed valleys. It was a perfect story for the blog. High traffic, high engagement. The hits, as I callously reminded myself, would be worth the trip. I arrived in late October when the Virginia mountains were ablaze in a riot of crimson and gold. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves. It was beautiful, but the beauty was edged with a profound sense of melancholy. From the moment I stepped out of my car at the trailhead, I felt it a stillness that was not peaceful, but expectant. The woods were not just quiet, they seemed to be holding their breath, waiting. I shrugged off the initial unease as pre-adventure jitters. I was a seasoned hiker, comfortable with solitude and the inherent risks of the backcountry. My pack was light but well stocked, and the trail was clearly marked. For the first hour, the hike was deceptively pleasant. The sun filtered through the thinning canopy, dappling the path in warm light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a sound like a soft, constant sigh. But as I ventured deeper, the atmosphere began to shift. The ambient sounds of the forest, the chatter of squirrels, the call of distant birds, faded away one by one, until the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the gravel path and the thumping of my own heart. The silence that replaced it was heavy, suffocating. It pressed in on me from all sides, a physical weight on my ears. The air grew colder, and the sunlight seemed to lose its warmth, taking on a pale, watery quality. The feeling of being watched, a classic trope of any ghost story, became so intense it was almost unbearable. I stopped several times, scanning the dense tree line, my hand hovering over the can of bear spray on my hip. I saw nothing, no deer, no bear, not even a flitting shadow. There was only the unnerving emptiness. My destination was an unofficial, unmarked spur off the main trail, the approximate area where the hiker's tent had been found. It took me another hour of careful navigation, using a faded park map and a compass to find it. The path was overgrown, choked with thorny vines and fallen branches that snagged at my clothes. When I finally pushed through a thicket of mountain laurel, I found myself in a small, circular clearing, and that's when I saw it. In the center of the clearing was a cairn, a small pyramid of stacked stones. It was not a trail marker. It was too precise, too deliberate in its construction. The stones were smooth, gray river rocks, each one placed perfectly upon the other, tapering to a single point. It stood about 3 feet high, an alien monument in the wild, untamed landscape. It felt ancient and ritualistic, and a cold dread, colder than the October air, began to creep up my spine. Who would build this here in this forgotten place? My blogger instincts warred with a primal urge to flee. The journalist in me won. I cautiously approached the cairn, my phone held out to take pictures. The oppressive silence in the clearing seemed to amplify, and I could hear the faint, high-pitched ringing of my own nervous system. As I got closer, I saw something nestled in a small alcove at the base of the stone pile, something that made the blood freeze in my veins. It was a flower. It wasn't a wilted, dried blossom left as a tribute days or weeks ago. It was a single, perfect wildflower, its petals a vibrant, almost luminous shade of purple. It looked as if it had been picked that very morning. Droplets of dew still clung to its delicate leaves, sparkling like tiny diamonds in the pale light. I knelt, my breath catching in my throat. I'm an amateur botanist, a skill I've picked up over years of hiking these mountains. I knew with absolute certainty that this flower, a species of wild iris, did not grow in this region. It was native to wetlands hundreds of miles away. There was no rational explanation. It couldn't have been carried here by the wind. It couldn't have been dropped by an animal. The flower was fresh, pristine, impossible. It was a stark, vibrant anomaly in a world of decay and creeping dread. I stared at it, mesmerized and terrified. The unnatural silence, the watchful feeling, the deliberate cairn, and now this impossible bloom. It was a message. A sign, a low, guttural sound echoed from the trees behind me. It wasn't the growl of a bear or the cry of a bobcat. It was a wet, throaty noise, a sound of profound suffering or unspeakable hunger. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. I fumbled for my bear spray, my fingers clumsy with panic. Whipping around, I saw nothing but the dense, dark wall of trees. The sound was not repeated, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I was no longer alone in the clearing. The thing that had been holding its breath had finally begun to exhale. Panic is a cold, sharp thing. It bypassed all my rational thought, all my years of training in backcountry safety, and seized control with an icy grip. The guttural sound had come from the tree line, and without a second thought, I bolted in the opposite direction, back the way I came. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The image of the cairn and the impossible Vibrant flower was burned into my mind, a symbol of the profound wrongness of this place. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the thorny branches that tore at my jacket and scratched my face. My only focus was the desperate need for distance. The suffocating silence had been broken, but its replacement was infinitely worse. Now, the forest was alive with sound, or at least my panic-stricken mind perceived it to be. Every rustle of leaves was a footstep behind me. Every snap of a twig was the creature from the clearing gaining on me. The wind, which had been a gentle sigh before, now seemed to whisper my name, a sibilant, drawn-out "bree" that coiled around my spine. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest. I stumbled over a gnarled root, sprawling hard onto the forest floor. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and for a moment I lay there, gasping, the taste of dirt and coppery fear in my mouth. It was then, in that moment of forced stillness, that I realized my catastrophic mistake. In my blind flight, I had lost the faint, overgrown path that led back to the main trail. I was lost. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I spun around, trying to get my bearings, but everything looked the same. A disorienting maze of gray tree trunks, tangled underbrush, and deepening shadows. The sun, my only reliable compass, was sinking rapidly below the ridgeline, painting the sky in bruised shades of orange and purple. The temperature was plummeting, and a damp chill began to seep into my bones. The initial, hot adrenaline of fear was being replaced by a cold, creeping dread. To be lost in the wilderness is dangerous. To be lost here, in these woods, felt like a death sentence. I fought to regain control, to push down the hysteria. I was a professional. I had a map and a compass in my pack. I took a deep, shuddering breath and pulled my pack off my shoulders, fumbling with the clips. As my fingers closed around the familiar shape of my compass, a sound froze me in place. It was the sound of a woman weeping. It was faint, carried on the wind, but unmistakable. It was a sound of pure, abject misery, a mournful cry that seemed to seep from the very soil beneath my feet. It rose and fell, a heartbreaking melody of sorrow that was somehow more terrifying than the guttural growl had been. My blood ran cold. Liana, the name of the murdered hiker from 1996, surfaced from the depths of my memory. Was this her? Was this the echo of her final moments, trapped forever in this haunted hollow? The weeping seemed to be coming from my left. My survival instincts screamed at me to go in the opposite direction, but the journalist, the storyteller in me, was captivated. This was it. This was the proof I'd been seeking. The heart of the mystery. Against all better judgment, I found myself moving towards the sound. I pushed through the dense woods for what felt like an eternity, the mournful sobs acting as my macabre guide. The light was failing fast, and the forest had become a labyrinth of grotesque shapes and shifting shadows. Finally, I stumbled into another clearing, smaller than the one with the cairn. And there, half swallowed by ivy and thyme, stood the crumbling ruins of a small stone cabin. It was little more than 4 walls and a collapsed roof, a skeletal relic of a long-forgotten homesteader. The weeping was coming from inside. My mind reeled. A ghost. A person in distress. A trap. My hand tightened on my can of bear spray. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling and weak. "Is someone in there? Do you need help?" The weeping stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was absolute, heavy with anticipation. I waited, my senses on high alert, for a full minute. Nothing. No reply, no movement. Just the wind sighing through the gaps in the stone walls. Cautiously, I crept towards the dark, gaping doorway. The air grew thick and musty, smelling of damp earth, rot, and something else, something faintly metallic like old blood. I peered inside. The interior was almost completely dark, but in the last vestiges of twilight, I could make out the faint outline of a fireplace, a pile of rubble where the chimney had collapsed, and something else. In the far corner, there was a small shape huddled on the floor. It was too dark to see clearly, but it looked like a person curled into a fetal position. "Hey," I whispered, taking a hesitant step inside. The floor was littered with debris that crunched under my boots. "I heard you crying. Are you all right?" The figure didn't move. I took another step, pulling the small flashlight from my pocket and thumbing it on. The beam cut through the gloom, weak but steady. I pointed it towards the corner. It wasn't a person. It was a pile of old, rotting clothes. A hiker's clothes. A faded red flannel shirt, torn jeans, a single mud-caked hiking boot. They looked like they had been there for years, decades even. They were identical to the clothes Liana had been wearing in the last photograph ever taken of her. As my light traced over the sad, empty pile, it fell upon something on the stone wall just above them. A carving, freshly made. The stone was pale and raw where it had been gouged. It was a crude, hastily scratched symbol. It was a perfect, 5-petaled wild iris. A floorboard creaked behind me by the doorway. I spun around, sweeping my flashlight beam across the entrance. The doorway was empty. But for a split second, just as my light passed over it, I could have sworn I saw the silhouette of a tall, gaunt figure standing there, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. Before I could even scream, the heavy, rotted wooden door, which I had assumed was immovable, slammed shut with a deafening boom, plunging me into absolute, suffocating darkness. The darkness that swallowed the cabin was absolute. It was a physical entity, a thick, velvety blackness that pressed against my eyes and filled my lungs, choking the scream in my throat. For a terrifying moment, my brain refused to process what had happened. The slam of the door echoed in the void, a sound so final it felt like the closing of a casket lid. I was trapped. The metallic scent of old blood was suddenly overpowering, and the damp chill of the stone walls seemed to leach the warmth directly from my skin. My flashlight, my only weapon against the dark, had been knocked from my hand by the force of my spin, and I heard it clatter and roll across the debris-strewn floor. My first instinct was to bolt, but there was nowhere to run. I slammed my shoulder against the heavy wooden door. The one I had assumed was rotted and immovable. It didn't budge. It felt as solid as the stone walls around it, held fast by a force beyond simple decay. I pounded on it with my fists, my panic shouts muffled by the thick wood.
"Let me out!"
Is anyone there? Let me out. My only reply was the frantic, desperate sound of my own voice echoing in the claustrophobic space. Panic gave way to a surge of pure, primal terror. I wasn't just trapped. I was trapped with the memory of the gaunt silhouette, its head cocked at that impossible angle. My mind flashed back to the freshly carved iris on the wall, a territorial marking. This was its place. I had trespassed, and now the door was locked. Then I heard a new sound. It started as a faint, dry rustle from the corner where I'd found Liana's clothes. I froze, my fists still raised against the door. I strained my ears, holding my breath. It came again, louder this time, a scraping, scratching sound, like fingernails dragging slowly across stone. It was a deliberate, methodical noise that sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. It wasn't an animal. Animals scurry. This was slow, patient, and filled with a dreadful intelligence. "Who's there?" I whispered into the darkness, the words barely audible. The scratching stopped. The silence that fell was worse, thick with unspoken threat. I dropped to my hands and knees, my palms pressing against the cold, grimy floor, sweeping frantically for my flashlight. My fingers brushed against dirt, sharp, edged rocks, and something soft and yielding that I refused to identify. After what felt like an eternity, my hand closed around the cool metal cylinder of the light. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the unyielding door, and thumbed the switch. The beam flickered to life, a weak but precious cone of light in the crushing darkness. I swept it across the cabin, my hand shaking so violently the beam danced and jumped across the walls. The fireplace, the rubble, the gaping doorway to nothing. And then the corner. The pile of clothes was disturbed. The red flannel shirt was pushed aside, as if something had moved from beneath it. My eyes followed the path of the beam up the wall to the carved iris, and that's when I saw it. The scratching had not been on the floor. It had been on the wall. Next to the first carving, a second was being etched into the stone right before my eyes. A fine, gray dust trickled down the wall as invisible claws gouged out another perfect. 5 petaled flower. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I was witnessing the impossible, a direct act of paranormal vandalism. The entity was here, in the room with me, invisible but active. The scratching sound resumed, this time from the wall directly to my right. I whipped the light around to see another iris being carved into the stone. Then to my left, another. It was all around me, a chorus of scraping, grinding sounds as the unseen presence marked its territory, surrounding me, claiming me. A low chuckle echoed in the small space. It was not the weeping woman or the guttural growl. This was a man's voice, dry and cracked like autumn leaves. It was filled with a chilling ancient amusement. "You like my flowers?" The voice rasped, seeming to come from every corner of the room at once. She liked them too. The pretty one? Julian. It had to be Julian. The other hiker. My mind raced, trying to piece it together. Liana was the weeping ghost, her sorrow an echo in the woods. But Julian was something else. He hadn't just died here. He had become part of this place, its guardian, its monster. "What do you want?" I cried out, my voice raw with terror. The scratching stopped. The chuckling grew louder. The voice whispered, the words seeming to curl in the air. "Unsolved Appalachia. You came for a story. I'll give you an ending." Suddenly, the pile of rubble from the collapsed chimney began to shift. Stones clattered and rolled as something pushed its way out from underneath. I aimed my trembling light at the movement. A hand emerged first. It was skeletal, caked in dirt and desiccated flesh with long yellowed fingernails. Then another. An arm, a shoulder, and then a head. The thing that pulled itself from the rubble might have once been Julian, but it was no longer human. Its body was emaciated, its skin stretched taut over a frame that was unnaturally tall and gaunt. It moved with a jerky, disjointed gait, its head lolling on its neck at that same, sickeningly unnatural angle I had glimpsed in the doorway. Its eyes were hollow sockets, but they were not empty. 2 points of faint, purple light burned within them, the same impossible, vibrant purple as the wildflower at the cairn. It turned its head, the bones in its neck cracking audibly, and fixed those glowing sockets on me. It opened its mouth, and a cascade of dried dirt and grave worms tumbled out. "Every story needs a conclusion," it rasped, taking a shuffling step towards me. "Yours will be a warning." "I didn't think," I reacted. I raised the can of bear spray, my thumb finding the trigger. As the creature lunged, I screamed and pressed down, unleashing a thick, orange cloud of concentrated capsaicin directly into its face. The thing recoiled with a sound that was half shriek, half roar, a noise of pure agony and rage. It clawed at its empty eye sockets, the burning purple light within them flickering wildly. It gave me the second I needed. I spun around, no longer caring about the door, and threw my entire body weight against the rotted wooden wall next to it. The old timbers groaned, splintered, and then gave way with a crash. I tumbled out into the night, landing hard on the damp leaves. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran, away from the cabin, away from the screaming, away from the scent of rotten purple flowers. The pitch black forest was a terrifying maze, but it was better than the tome I had just escaped. Behind me, the enraged shrieking continued, followed by the sound of splintering wood as the creature tore its way free. I ran harder than I have ever run in my life, fueled by a terror so profound it was a physical force. After an eternity of crashing through the darkness, I burst through a final line of trees and stumbled onto a familiar path, the main trail. In the far distance, through the trees, I saw a pinprick of light. The parking lot. My car's salvation. With my last ounce of strength, I sprinted towards it. I didn't stop until my hand was on the cold metal of my car door. I fumbled with my keys, unlocked it, and threw myself inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. I sat there, hyperventilating, my body shaking uncontrollably. My gaze was fixed on the tree line, expecting to see the gaunt figure emerge from the darkness at any moment. But nothing came. The forest was silent once more. The only sounds were my own ragged breaths and the frantic beating of my heart. I finally started the car, the engine roaring to life, and peeled out of the parking lot, not daring to look in the rearview mirror until I was miles down the main road. I never wrote the story for my blog. I couldn't. How could I explain the impossible? The weeping ghost, the flower from nowhere, the freshly carved symbols, the creature that clawed its way from the earth. Some stories aren't meant to be told. Some places aren't meant to be visited. I got the hits I wanted, but I left a part of myself behind in those woods, in the shadow of Shenandoah. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I can still smell the faint, sweet scent of wild irises. And I know that Julian is still out there, waiting for the next curious soul to come looking for a story. My name is Alexander Blackwood. To understand the mistake I made, the fatal, soul-shattering mistake, you must first understand the mountains. Not the mountains you see on postcards, all sun-drenched peaks and hazy blue horizons. You must understand them as my grandfather did, as a living, breathing entity with a memory as long and as unforgiving as the ancient stone that forms its bones. My grandpappy, Josiah Blackwood, was a man carved from the very timber of the Blue Ridge. His hands were maps of a life lived in the shadow of Old Rag Mountain, his face a testament to the sun and wind. He wasn't a man for fanciful tales, which is why his stories always carried a peculiar weight. He'd sit on his porch, the wood groaning under his rocking chair, and speak of the fetch lights. He described them not as ghosts in the traditional sense, but as something more primal. They're not hunting the mountains, Alex, he'd say, his voice low and raspy like dry leaves skittering across pavement. They are the mountains, or a part of them, anyway. Souls of folks who got lost, who didn't respect the ridges. The mountain holds them. On moonless nights, it lets them out to dance. He spoke of glowing orbs, sometimes white, sometimes a pale spectral blue, that would bob and weave through the dense forests of the Shenandoah. They weren't willow, the wisps or swamp gas. He was adamant about that. They were intelligent. They were searching. And if you weren't careful, they might just decide you were what they were searching for. I'd listen captivated, but a part of me, the part that grew up with science and skepticism, filed these tales away under folklore. A charming, rustic tradition. Nothing more. That was my first mistake. I followed a different path than my grandfather. I studied ecology, trading his mountain lore for textbooks and scientific journals. Ironically, it brought me right back to the place he'd never left. I took a job as a conservation officer in Shenandoah National Park. I knew the trails better than anyone, the flora, the fauna, the geology. I felt a sense of ownership, a modern mastery over the ancient landscape. I could name every tree, identify every bird call, predict the weather from the clouds. I had explained the mountains, I thought. I had tamed them with knowledge. The day it happened began like any other. The autumn air was crisp, and the canopy was a riot of crimson and gold. I was doing a final check on a series of remote wildlife cameras I'd set up along the Saddle Trail, the challenging route that snakes its way up to the summit of Old Rag. It was a longer hike than I'd planned, and I spent too much time trying to fix a faulty sensor on a camera nestled deep within a rocky outcrop. I was so engrossed in the task, so focused on the technical problem before me, that I failed to notice the sun's rapid descent. By the time I packed my gear, the light was failing. The vibrant colors of the forest had muted to deep purples and bruised indigos. A chill that had nothing to do with the autumn evening began to creep up my spine. Grandpappy's voice echoed in my mind, a faint whisper from childhood. Never let the dark catch you on the mountain, boy. I scoffed at the thought, a nervous tremor of a laugh that sounded unnervingly loud in the sudden quiet. I was a professional. I had a high-powered headlamp, a GPS, and years of experience. Being caught out after dark was an inconvenience, not a death sentence. Still, I quickened my pace. The crunch of my boots on the leafy trail, the only sound in a world that seemed to be holding its breath. The forest at night is a different beast. Every familiar landmark becomes alien, every shadow a lurking predator. The trees closed in, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the last vestiges of twilight in the sky. I switched on my headlamp, its powerful beam cutting a sterile, white tunnel through the oppressive darkness. It was comforting for a time. I was perhaps a mile from the trailhead when I first saw it. wasn't in the beam of my light. It was off to the side, deep in the woods. A soft, gentle glow, no bigger than a fist. It had a bluish tint, a color that felt organic and wrong, like bioluminescence from some deep sea creature that had no business being here on a mountain in Virginia. My first thought was another hiker. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin. "You okay over there?" No response. The light just hovered, pulsating with a soft, rhythmic beat, like a slow heart. I dismissed it. Foxfire, I told myself. A natural phosphorescence from decaying wood. I'd seen it before, though never this bright, never this distinct. I kept walking, trying to ignore it, trying to focus on the white circle of my headlamp on the path ahead. But I could feel it. A prickling on the back of my neck, the kind of feeling you get when you know you're being watched. I glanced to my right again. The light had moved. It was closer now, keeping pace with me, weaving effortlessly between the thick trunks of the oak and hickory trees. There was no sound of footsteps, no snapping twigs, just a silent, floating luminescence. The Foxfire explanation was evaporating, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. It was exactly as Josiah had described it. A fetch light. I stopped. The light stopped too, bobbing gently in the air about 50 yards away. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the profound silence. All the nocturnal sounds of the forest I knew so well. The hoot of an owl, the chittering of insects, the rustle of small animals, had ceased. It was as if the entire mountain was watching, waiting. "This is ridiculous," I whispered to myself, the words feeling like a flimsy shield. It had to be a drone. Some kid playing a prank. That was the logical modern explanation. I aimed my powerful headlamp beam directly at it, determined to expose the plastic and machinery to shatter the illusion. The beam of my lamp, which could illuminate a deer from 100 yards, did nothing. It passed right through the blue glow as if it were nothing but colored smoke. But it wasn't smoke. It was a defined orb, a sphere of impossible light that absorbed my own and gave nothing back. It was then that the first, true tendril of panic pierced through my shield of scientific certainty. It began to move again, not towards the trail, but directly towards me, gliding through the underbrush. It didn't drift on the wind. It moved with a serene, deliberate purpose. And as it grew closer, I felt a change in the air. A profound, unnatural cold radiated from it. A cold so deep it felt like it was leaching the heat from my very bones. It was 20 yards away. 10. It stopped just beyond the edge of the trail, hovering at eye level, a silent blue sentinel in the absolute dark. The logical part of my brain was screaming, but the older part, the part that had listened to my grandpappy on that creaking porch, knew exactly what it was. It was searching, and it had found me. Time ceased to function. For how long I stood there, frozen on that trail with the blue orb pulsating before me, I cannot say. It could have been seconds or an eternity. My body was a statue, but my mind was a maelstrom. The ecologist in me was desperately trying to formulate a hypothesis. A unique atmospheric plasma, a form of ball lightning contained by a localized magnetic field. The words were meaningless, a desperate incantation against a reality that refused to conform to scientific law. Because the other part of my mind, the boy who had listened to his grandpappy's stories, knew the truth. This was no natural phenomenon. It was a being, and it was studying me. The cold intensified, becoming a physical pressure. It was a dead, sterile cold, the cold of the void between stars. I could see my own breath plume in front of my face, illuminated by the impossible blue light. The orb was utterly silent, yet my mind was filled with a roaring noise, a cacophony of whispers that seemed to emanate from the very air around me. They were not words, but feelings, impressions, echoes of emotion, terror, loss, a profound and bottomless sorrow. It was the collective despair of every soul the mountain had claimed. I was feeling their final moments. A sudden, sharp image flashed in my mind. A young woman, her face pale with fear, stumbling through this very forest. She was wearing clothes from a bygone era, perhaps the 1970s. She was lost, calling a name I couldn't understand. And then the blue light appeared before her. The image was so vivid, so real, that I gasped, stumbling back a step. My movement broke the spell. The orb pulsed brighter this time, and a new feeling washed over me, cutting through the sorrow hunger. Not a physical hunger, but something far worse. A craving for life, for warmth, for the very essence of my being. That's when I ran. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a primal, instinctual flight. I turned and sprinted back down the trail, my boots slipping on the damp leaves, my lungs burning from the icy air. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my headlamp beam bouncing erratically, painting the woods in frantic, stark flashes of white and black. The silence was gone, replaced by the frantic pounding of my heart and the rasp of my own breathing. But the cold followed me. It was a relentless presence at my back, a wave of frigid energy that seemed to sap my strength with every step. I chanced a glance over my shoulder. It was there, gliding silently and effortlessly behind me. It wasn't chasing me in a rush, it was hurting me, its pace perfectly matched to my own panicked flight. No matter how fast I ran, it maintained its distance, a patient predator waiting for its prey to exhaust itself. Panic gave way to a desperate need to escape, to get off its chosen path. I veered off the trail, plunging into the untamed wilderness. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes and skin. The ground was uneven, a treacherous landscape of hidden roots and loose rocks. I fell, my knee slamming into a granite slab with a sickening crunch. Pain, white hot and blinding, shot up my leg. I scrambled back to my feet, ignoring the throbbing agony. I pushed on deeper into the dark woods, guided only by the wild swinging of my headlamp. The forest grew thicker, the trees more ancient and gnarled. This was old-growth forest, a part of the park rarely seen by visitors. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. And then I heard it, a whisper carried on the wind. Josiah. I froze, my blood turning to ice. It was a woman's voice, faint and ethereal, yet filled with a desperate longing. It couldn't be. I was alone. It was the wind. The pain was making me hallucinate. Josie, is that you? The voice called again, closer this time. I spun around, my headlamp beam cutting a wild arc through the darkness. There was nothing there but the endless trees and the suffocating dark. But the blue light was there. It had stopped when I stopped, hovering patiently between two massive oaks. It pulsed gently, and as it did, the voice seemed to come from its very core. My grandfather's name. It was calling my grandfather's name. A memory, long buried, surfaced in my mind. One of Grandpappy's stories, not about the lights, but about a young woman from the valley, a school teacher named Elodie, who had gone hiking on the mountain in the spring of 1972 and never returned. He had been part of the search party. He'd told me how they searched for weeks, finding nothing but a single red ribbon snagged on a briar patch. He had always spoken of her with a particular sadness. My gaze fell to the ground, swept by my frantic search, and I saw it, tangled in the roots of the ancient oak before me, half buried in the soil and leaf litter, was a small, leather-bound book, a diary. Its pages were warped and mildewed, but as I knelt, my hands trembling, I could just make out the gold leaf inscription on the cover, E. Vance. Elodie Vance. With shaking fingers, I pried it open. Most of the pages were a pulpy, unreadable mass, but one page near the middle had been partially protected. The ink was faded, the handwriting a frantic scrawl, but I could read the last entry. April 14. Lost. The sun is gone. So cold, I keep seeing a light, a beautiful blue light. It feels familiar, like a friend. It's waiting for me. I think it wants to show me the way home. A wave of nausea and terror washed over me. This was her. The vision I'd seen. This was her grave. She hadn't been led home. She'd been led here to this forgotten place to die in the cold, lured by a beautiful, deadly lie. I looked up from the diary, my eyes wide with horror. The fetch light was no longer hovering passively. It was brighter now, the blue infused with an angry, violet energy. The cold it radiated was no longer just a pressure, it was a physical force, a tangible wall of ice that pushed against me. The sorrowful whispers were gone, replaced by a single, resonant hum that vibrated in my chest, making my teeth ache. The search was over. The pretense was dropped. It had played its game, lured me off the path with its phantom whispers and memories. Now it was done waiting. It began to drift forward, no longer a curious observer, but a collector coming to claim what it believed was its. It had mistaken me for my grandfather, a man it had known, a man who had perhaps escaped it once before. It had called for Josiah, and I, his grandson, had answered. My legs refused to move. The diary felt impossibly heavy in my hand, a relic of a forgotten tragedy that was about to repeat itself. The fetch light drifted closer, its violet, tinged hum growing in intensity until it felt like the world was vibrating apart at a molecular level. The cold was now an agony, a creeping frost that numbed my skin and threatened to stop my heart. It was no longer just draining my warmth, it was consuming my will, feeding on my terror. My scientific mind, my last bastion of rational thought, had crumbled to dust. There was no hypothesis for this, no explanation that could be neatly cataloged and filed away. This was raw, ancient power, the antithesis of everything I had built my life upon. Grandpappy's words echoed, no longer as folklore, but as gospel truth. The mountain holds him. This creature wasn't just a lost soul, it was a jailer, a collector, a manifestation of the mountain's unforgiving memory. It was 10 feet away. The air crackled. The whispers returned, a vortex of phantom voices swirling around me, but Elodie's was the clearest. Josiah, so cold. Take me home. It wasn't her voice anymore, though. It was a weapon, twisted and sharp, designed to paralyze me with a dead woman's sorrow. The light wanted my warmth, my life, to add to its collection. It believed I was Josiah, and it had come to finish a 50-year-old hunt. A spark of defiance ignited within the terror. I am not him.
My name is Alexander!
I screamed, my voice raw and cracking. I am not Josiah Blackwood. The orb paused. The humming faltered for a fraction of a second. Did it understand? Or was it just surprised by my sudden outburst? The momentary hesitation was all I needed. My mind jolted from its paralysis, raced. I couldn't outrun it. My knee was a ruin of fiery pain. I couldn't fight it. What could I do? The diary. It feels familiar. Like a friend. Elodie hadn't been afraid of the light, not at first. She'd been lured by it. The light had used her hope as a bait, and her sorrow was now its cage. What if I could sever that connection? Clutching the diary, I focused on the image of the young woman from my vision. I thought of her final, desperate words not as a curse, but as a prayer. Elodie Vance. I said, my voice steadier now, speaking into the crushing cold. The mountain took you, but it doesn't have to keep you. You don't have to be its instrument. The light flared violently, the violet energy pulsing. A wave of pure malice struck me, an almost physical blow of despair that made my vision swim. It was angry. I had acknowledged its prisoner, given her a name beyond the whispers it used as a tool. I pressed on, my own words a desperate gamble. He searched for you, Elodie. Josiah searched for you. He never forgot. He grieved for you. I was channeling my grandfather now, trying to project the genuine sadness I'd always heard in his voice when he told her story. The fetch light began to flicker, the solid, defined orb wavering at the edges. The humming became discordant, unstable. Inside the blue light, I could almost see other shapes, other faces, fleeting and tormented expressions of countless lost souls trapped within the spectral prison. It was working. My acknowledgement of its victim, of her humanity, was introducing a chaos it couldn't control. The entity was a monolith of collected despair, but I was reminding it that despair came from individuals, from stories, from names. It surged forward, a final, desperate act of consumption. The cold was absolute. My headlamp flickered and died, its batteries failing in the unnatural chill. I was plunged into a world illuminated only by the ghostly, menacing blue. I felt my own consciousness begin to fray, the edges of my being dissolving into the roar of whispers. With the last of my strength, I did the one thing it wouldn't expect. I wasn't prey fighting back. I was an ecologist. I knew the mountain, and my grandfather had said the light was the mountain. An idea born of desperation and a flash of insight seized me. I held up the diary, its fragile pages open to her last entry, and I used my own light, not the dead headlamp, but the small, butane lighter I always carried in my emergency kit. With a flick of my thumb, a tiny, brave flame sprang to life. It It was a pathetic flicker against the overwhelming power of the orb, but it was different. It was warm. It was real. "This is a human light, Elodie," I whispered, pushing the flame towards the book. "A light of warmth and memory. It's time to let go." I touched the flame to the corner of the brittle, yellowed page. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the ancient paper caught, curling into a black ash before igniting. The small flame grew, feeding on the dry pages of the diary, a beacon of defiant orange in the sea of spectral blue. The fetch light recoiled as if struck. It emitted a sound for the first time. Not a whisper, not a hum, but a piercing, unearthly shriek that was the sound of 1,000 souls crying out in unison. The light convulsed, the blue and violet hues swirling and fighting each other. The cold shattered, receding in an instant, replaced by a blast of wind that tore through the trees. I watched, mesmerized, as the flames consumed Elodie's last words. As they turned to smoke and ash, a single, pure white wisp of light detached itself from the chaotic orb. It hovered for a second, almost like a nod of gratitude, before dissolving into the darkness. Her release caused a chain reaction. The fetch light collapsed in on itself. The shriek rose in pitch, and then, with a silent, violent implosion, it was gone. The silence that followed was the most profound I have ever known. Then, slowly, tentatively, the sounds of the forest returned, and all hooted in the distance. The wind rustled the leaves. The world was alive again. I was alone, truly alone. The fire in my hand had consumed the diary and died out, leaving me in absolute darkness. I fumbled for my headlamp, flicked the switch. The beam sprang back to life, bright and steady. I was shivering, not from cold, but from shock. My knee screamed in protest as I slowly, painfully, got to my feet. The trek back to the trail, and then to my vehicle, was a long, agonizing ordeal. But the terror was gone, replaced by a heavy, unshakable certainty. I never told anyone the full story. I reported that I got lost, fell, and injured my knee. How could I explain? How could I tell them that the folklore was real, that the mountain itself held a hungry, ancient consciousness? They would have called me crazy. But I know what happened. My mistake was not getting caught in the dark. My mistake was arrogance. It was believing that my maps, my science, my modern understanding of the world made me a master of a place that had its own laws, its own memory, its own ghosts. I left my job as a conservation officer. I can no longer walk those trails and see just trees and rocks. I see a place that remembers, a place that holds its secrets close. And sometimes, on moonless nights, I look towards the dark silhouette of the Blue Ridge, and I remember the silent, searching blue light. I remember the cold. And I understand that some things are not meant to be explained. They are meant to be respected, and above all, to be feared. My name is Amelia Cartwright, though most people who know me, or thought they did, call me Amy. I'm a journalist, or at least that's the title I cling to. The reality had become less glamorous. I'd spent the last 5 years churning out listicles and lifestyle pieces for a digital content mill in Philadelphia, my passion for storytelling slowly being eroded by the relentless demand for clickable headlines and vapid articles about brunch spots. The city, once a landscape of opportunity, had become a cage of concrete and noise, each siren a reminder of my own stalled life, each crowd a testament to my loneliness within it. Shenandoah National Park was meant to be my escape, my personal ceasefire. I had pitched a story to a travel magazine, something with a bit more soul. Whispers of the Blue Ridge, finding solitude on Skyline Drive. The idea was to capture the quiet majesty of the mountains, the gentle history woven into the landscape, and, selfishly, to reclaim a piece of myself I felt was slipping away. I imagined serene sunrises, peaceful hikes through dappled forests, and quiet evenings listening to the chirping of crickets. Not the blare of traffic. I was seeking tranquility, a place where the world would finally hold its breath long enough for me to take one of my own. For the first 2 days, the park delivered on that promise. I drove with the windows down, the air crisp and smelling of damp earth and pine. I hiked trails that led to breathtaking vistas, where the world unfolded below me in a tapestry of greens and hazy blues. I felt the tension in my shoulders begin to unwind. I was taking notes, real notes, filled with descriptions of wildflowers and the texture of ancient rock, not just keywords for search engine optimization. I was starting to feel like a writer again. I was starting to feel like myself. The third day began with that same deceptive beauty. The sun was warm, the sky a brilliant, cloudless blue. I spent the morning exploring the southern part of Skyline Drive, stopping frequently to take photographs. By early afternoon, I was heading north again, planning to find a perfect spot to watch the sunset. That's when the change began. It wasn't a gradual shift, not the way a normal weather front moves in. It was a sudden, violent transformation of the atmosphere. The sky, which had been clear just minutes before, began to curdle. The brilliant blue was consumed by a tide of bruised purple and sickly gray clouds that boiled up from behind the peaks, as if the mountains themselves were exhaling a plague. The temperature plummeted. A wind, cold and sharp, began to shriek through the trees, tearing leaves from their branches. It wasn't just a storm, it felt like a rage. The air grew heavy, tasting of ozone and wet stone, and an oppressive silence fell between the gusts, the kind of silence that feels like a held breath before a scream. My sensible sedan felt like a toy car against the force of the wind. I needed to pull over. I spotted the stone wall of an overlook ahead and swerved into the small parking area, killing the engine. The silence inside the car was immediately replaced by the roar of the wind outside, a physical pressure against the glass. The world beyond my windshield was a churning chaos of cloud and rain that was now lashing down in thick, slanting sheets. And that's when I saw it. It wasn't a trick of the light or a shape formed by the roiling clouds. It was solid, a silhouette of impossible scale against the storm. For a moment, my mind refused to process it, trying to fit it into a logical category. A large bird, a hang glider caught in the storm. No, it was too vast, its movements too deliberate. It had immense, leathery wings like those of a bat, but they spanned a distance that would dwarf any known avian creature. They beat against the gale with a slow, powerful rhythm that bespoke an incredible strength, holding its position effortlessly in a wind that was trying to tear the world apart. As it turned, I saw them. 2 points of crimson light, burning with a steady, malevolent intensity. They weren't reflections. They were eyes, and they were staring out over the valley with an air of ancient ownership. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my journalistic skepticism. This was not an animal. It was a presence, a thing of legend and nightmare given terrifying form. It circled the overlook once, its great shadow passing over my car, plunging me into a momentary twilight. I felt a vibration through the chassis, a low thrum that resonated deep in my bones. Then, with a final, powerful beat of its wings, it angled its body downward and swooped into the heart of the valley below, vanishing into the storm's fury. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I was breathless, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I stared at the spot where it had disappeared, my mind reeling. A heartbeat passed, 2. Then a fork of lightning, impossibly bright and jagged, tore through the sky. It didn't strike randomly. It struck the exact spot in the valley where the creature had vanished. The thunder that followed wasn't a rumble, it was a deafening crack, like the sky itself had split open. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the storm broke. The wind died down to a whisper, the deluge of rain softened to a drizzle, and patches of pale, watery sunlight began to pierce the clouds. The rage was spent. The air was calm, clean, and terrifyingly silent. I sat there for a long time, trembling. The image of those red eyes burned into my mind. My story about quiet solitude was dead. The park wasn't just a place of peace and beauty. It held a secret, a dark and powerful heart I had just witnessed. I started the car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. As I pulled back onto Skyline Drive, I knew I couldn't run. The journalist in me, the part I thought was dormant, was awake and screaming. What had I just seen? And what, I wondered with a growing sense of dread, had it been looking for? My search for whispers in the Blue Ridge had just led me to a roar. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I had to understand it. The drive away from the overlook was a blur of adrenaline and disbelief. My logical mind, the one I'd honed through years of journalism, was desperately trying to file the experience away into a neat, rational box. A weather anomaly, an optical illusion, stress-induced hallucination. But the cold, primal fear that still clung to me like the damp chill in the air rejected every easy explanation. The thrumming vibration I'd felt through the car, the sheer scale of that silhouette, the intelligent malevolence in those burning red eyes. They were real. I bypassed the turnoff from my rented cabin, instead following Skyline Drive north until it fed me out of the park and into the relative civilization of a small town nestled in the valley. The glowing sign of a generic motel, the Valley View Inn, promised anonymity and a place to hide from the too big sky. I paid for a room in cash, needing the simple, tangible transaction to ground me. Inside, the room was beige and impersonal, smelling faintly of stale cigarette smoke and industrial cleaner. It was perfect. I locked the door, bolted the chain, and leaned against the solid wood, finally allowing the tremors to take over my body. Sleep offered no escape. I was plagued by dreams of churning clouds and a vast shadow falling over me, the sound of powerful, lithery wings beating a rhythm that matched my own frantic heartbeat. I woke up tangled in cheap polyester sheets, the image of the lightning strike, so precise, so deliberate, seared into my memory. It hadn't been a random act of nature. It felt like a judgment. The next morning, armed with a lukewarm coffee and the shaky resolve of a reporter who stumbled upon the story of a lifetime, I decided to start with the logical. I drove back into the park, the morning sun glinting off roads still damp from the freak storm. The world looked painfully normal, which only made my memory of the previous afternoon feel more insane. I went to the Dickey Ridge Visitor Center, my notebook and pen feeling like a flimsy shield. A friendly, round-faced ranger with a name tag that read Frank greeted me with a practiced smile. I started cautiously, asking about the storm. "Ah, yes, that was a real squall," he said, nodding. "These mountains make their own weather. You can get sunshine one minute and a downpour the next. Scares the tourists every time." I saw something strange. I pushed on, my voice quieter than I intended. A bird, maybe, but it was huge, and it had red eyes. Frank's smile became a little more fixed, a little more patronizing. "Probably a golden eagle. We have a healthy population here. In a storm, the light can play tricks on you, make things seem bigger than they are. The setting sun can catch their eyes just right, make them look red. You'd be surprised what the mountain can make you think you see." He was dismissing me, patting my city, girl fears on the head with a folksy explanation. I wanted to scream at him to describe the impossible size of it, the feeling of ancient power it exuded. But looking into his placid, reasonable face, I knew it was useless. To him, I was just another flatlander spooked by a thunderstorm. My story about quiet solitude was dead, but my new story, the real story, had no witnesses and no credibility. Frustrated, I spent the rest of the day in the library of the nearby county seat, digging through archives. I searched for newspaper clippings about strange sightings, animal attacks, or unexplained disappearances in the park. I cross-referenced dates with local weather records, looking for patterns. I found stories of hikers getting lost, tragic accidents on the cliffs, but nothing that pointed to a malevolent, winged entity. I read through collections of local folklore, tales of Civil War ghosts and Appalachian haints, but they were all vague, shapeless spirits. Nothing matched the terrifyingly solid creature I had witnessed. Defeated, I ended up in a small diner, nursing a cup of bitter coffee. I listened to the conversations around me, the easy chatter of people who had known each other their whole lives. I tried to casually bring up local legends with the waitress, but the moment I mentioned strange things in the park, a curtain fell. The friendly chatter around me faltered. Glances were exchanged. The message was clear: they did not discuss such things with outsiders. I was chasing a ghost that only I had seen, and the silence of the community was as unnerving as the creature itself. As dusk began to settle, I was driving back to my motel, when a hand-painted sign caught my eye. Holloway's Antiques and Used Books. We buy estates. On an impulse, I pulled over. The shop was cluttered and smelled of dust and old paper, a tomb of forgotten things. I wandered aimlessly, running my fingers over worn furniture and tarnished silver. In a back corner, I found a stack of cardboard boxes, filled with books from a recent estate sale. Most were uninteresting, old farming almanacs and faded romance novels. But at the bottom of one box was a small, leather-bound journal. It was unlabeled, the dark brown leather cracked with age. I opened it carefully. The inside cover had a name written in elegant, faded ink: Silas Webb, 1934. Something compelled me. I paid the shop owner a few dollars and took the diary back to my motel room. Under the buzzing fluorescent light, I began to read. For the first several pages, it was a heartbreaking account of a man losing his home. Silas Webb was a farmer whose family had lived in a hollow in the Blue Ridge for generations. He wrote with simmering rage about the government men who came and told him his land was being claimed to create a new national park, a scenic playground for city people. He described the forced displacement of his family and neighbors, the destruction of a way of life. I felt a pang of sympathy and guilt. My escape to Shenandoah was built on the foundation of this man's loss. I kept reading, my journalistic curiosity now mixed with a sense of personal connection. Then I found the entry that changed everything. It was dated October 1935, just before the park's official dedication. The government men say we must be gone by week's end. They will burn our homes to erase us from this mountain. They do not understand what they are claiming. This is not their land to take. Our grandfathers made a pact with the guardian of this ridge. We tended to it, left it offerings from the hunt, and it kept us safe. It kept the wolves from our livestock and the sickness from our doors. It is as much a part of this mountain as the granite itself. They think they can build their road in the sky and forget us. They are wrong. A few of us met at the Hanging Rock last night under the full moon. We performed the old ritual, the one for binding, but we did not leave an offering of peace. We left an offering of our own rage and pain. We begged the guardian to protect this place not for us, but from them, to make them feel the loss we feel. We have bound it to the land with our sorrow. My hands began to tremble as I read the final, almost illegible lines. The handwriting a frantic scrawl, it came. Vast and terrible, with eyes like burning coals. It heard our call. But the binding is wrong. It is not tied to the soil, but to the anger we poured into it. It is a vessel for our rage. The pact is broken. What have we unleashed? It is not a guardian anymore. It is a curse, a deadly mistake. I dropped the journal on the bed. My blood ran cold, ice like burning coals. The creature I saw wasn't just a monster. It was a weapon. The unnatural storm, the rage I had felt in the wind. It was the echo of Silas Webb's anguish. And the lightning strike, it wasn't an attack. It was an enforcement. The thing was a warden of a cursed prison, and I had just witnessed it carrying out a sentence. My story wasn't just about a creature. It was about a haunting born from a deep and terrible injustice, and I was holding its origin story in my hands. The journal lay open on the stained motel bedspread, but the words seemed to hover in the air, glowing with a terrible light. A deadly mistake. The phrase echoed in the cheap, quiet room, weaving itself into the hum of the ice machine down the hall. My journalist's mind, usually a whirlwind of questions and angles, was utterly silent, stunned by the weight of what I'd found. This wasn't folklore. It was a confession. I was holding a testament to an act of desperate, grieving magic that had gone horribly wrong. The creature wasn't some random monster haunting the hills. It was a perversion of a guardian spirit, twisted and corrupted by human rage. It was a living curse fueled by nearly a century of bitterness, bound to the land by the sorrow of the displaced. The storm, the oppressive atmosphere, the violent lightning. It was all an expression of that anguish. The park, this place of supposed natural beauty and tranquility, was a prison, and the creature was its eternal, raging warden. And whoever I had seen it swoop down upon in the valley, they must have trespassed in a way that provoked its fury, perhaps disrespecting the land, awakening the dormant anger that simmered just beneath the surface. My first instinct, the reporter's instinct, was to call my editor, to shout my discovery from the rooftops. Forget the travel piece, I have the story of the century. But what would I say? That I, Amy Cartwright, purveyor of listicles, had discovered a monster in a national park, with my only proof being the cryptic diary of a dead farmer and my own unbelievable testimony. They would pull me off the assignment. They would demand a psychological evaluation. My career, already sputtering, would be over. But a deeper feeling took hold, something colder and more profound than professional ambition. This wasn't just a story to be sold for clicks. It was a secret, a wound. To expose it carelessly would be a violation, another act of disrespect to the memory of Silas Webb and the others. And what if exposing it made things worse? What if drawing attention to the creature, sending teams of monster hunters and government agents swarming over the mountain, only fed its rage? What if I unleashed it? The journal felt heavy in my hands, not with age, but with responsibility. I knew what I had to do. It was an insane, illogical, and deeply unprofessional decision, but it felt like the only path forward. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to go to the place where the curse was born. I had to go to the Hanging Rock. I looked at a park map I'd picked up at the visitor center, my fingers tracing the topography. There was a trail marked, Hanging Rock Trail, not far from where I had seen the creature. The name was probably a coincidence, a common geological descriptor, but in the charged atmosphere of my discovery, it felt like a sign. I waited until the next afternoon, letting the sun reach its highest point, hoping its light would offer some measure of protection. I drove back into the park, but this time it felt different. The beauty was gone. Every vista, every rolling hill, every ancient tree now seemed to be hiding a dark secret. I saw the rage of Silas Webb in the jagged peaks, his sorrow in the deep, shadowed hollows. The park was no longer a sanctuary, it was a gravestone. I found the trailhead easily. The air was still and heavy, the silence of the woods profound. As I started down the path, the journal tucked securely in my backpack, a chill snaked up my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. The forest seemed to be watching me. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep just behind me. I felt like a trespasser, an intruder in a place of immense and private grief. The trail ended at a stark outcrop of granite that jutted out over the valley. The Hanging Rock. It offered a panoramic view of the mountains, the same valley where I had seen the creature descend. This was the spot. I could feel it. A faint vibration in the soles of my hiking boots. A low thrum in the air, like a distant, unsung bass note. I stood there for a long time, the wind whipping my hair across my face. I didn't know what I was expecting. Absolution. An attack. Nothing happened. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and red, colors that were too close to the memory of those burning eyes. Just as I was about to turn back, convinced my pilgrimage had been a foolish whim, the atmosphere shifted. It was the same sudden, violent change as before. The warm, golden light was swallowed by an encroaching darkness. The wind began to howl, shrieking through the rock formations with a voice of pure rage. The temperature dropped, and the air grew thick, charged with a palpable sense of menace. The storm was back. Or perhaps it had been waiting for me. My heart hammered against my ribs. I wanted to run, to scramble back down the trail and never look back. But I was frozen in place, not just by fear, but by a terrible, magnetic awe. And then I saw it. It rose from the valley below, not swooping this time, but ascending with a slow, dreadful deliberation. It unfolded its immense wings, blotting out the last of the dying light. A hole of absolute blackness against the bruised sky. It was closer now, so much closer. I could see the texture of its leathery hide, the powerful muscles that rippled beneath it, and I could see its eyes. They were not just red lights, they were pools of liquid fire, burning with a century of fury and pain. And they were fixed on me. It knew. It knew I had the journal. It knew I understood its secret. It opened its great maw, and a sound tore through the wind, a sound that was not of this world. a shriek of grief and rage so profound that I felt it would shatter my bones. This was the moment. My life, my sanity, it all came down to this. My reporter's instincts were gone. My fear was gone. All that was left was a deep, aching wave of empathy. I wasn't looking at a monster. I was looking at the embodied pain of a people who had everything taken from them. Slowly, my hands trembling, I unzipped my backpack and took out the journal. I held it up, not as a shield, but as an offering. I couldn't speak. My voice was trapped in my throat, but I didn't need to. I just stood there, on the edge of the world, bearing witness. I met its fiery gaze and let it see the understanding in my own eyes. I acknowledged its pain. I acknowledged the injustice. For an eternity, we remained locked in that silent communion. The creature's terrible shriek softened into a low, mournful cry. The raging wind began to subside, its howl turning into a sorrowful whisper. The creature circled the hanging rock one last time, its burning eyes never leaving my face. But the malevolence was gone, replaced by something that looked devastatingly like acceptance. Then, with a slow, powerful beat of its wings, it turned and dissolved back into the shadows of the valley. The storm broke. The oppressive weight lifted from the air. I stood there, shaking and weeping, until the first stars appeared in the clear, quiet sky. I never wrote the story for the travel magazine. I sent them a brief, polite email, citing personal reasons for abandoning the project, and I never cashed their check for the deposit. The story of Shenandoah wasn't mine to tell, not to the world. It belonged to the mountains. I keep Silas Webb's journal in a fireproof box in my apartment. Sometimes, on stormy nights, I take it out and read his words. I am no longer just a journalist. I am a keeper of a secret, a guardian of a memory. My search for quiet solitude in the Blue Ridge led me to a terrible truth. The mountains have their own stories, written in rock and shadow and sorrow. And some of them, like the haunting of Shenandoah, are not meant to be published. They are meant to be carried. My name is Jedidiah Stone, but folks in the shadow of the Blue Ridge have called me Jed for all my 47 years. These mountains are in my blood, the same way the cold, clear water of the Shenandoah River runs through the valley. My father taught me to hunt and track in these woods, just as his father taught him. It's a language I understand better than words. The snap of a twig under a deer's hoof, the rustle of a black bear in a berry patch, the silent flight of an owl against a moonlit sky. I am a man of the earth, of tangible things. I believe in what I can see, what I can touch, and what my rifle can bring down. I am a hunter, not a believer in haints and local superstitions. The old stories, however, have a way of clinging to these hills like the morning fog. The one that's always been whispered around campfires and on front porches is the tale of the Wampus Cat. Depending on who's telling it, the creature is a cursed woman, a witch, or a spirit of vengeance given monstrous form. A terrifying beast, part cat, part woman, with 6 legs and eyes that glow with an unnatural, hellish light. I've heard the story 100 times, and 100 times I've dismissed it as nonsense meant to scare children and entertain tourists. In Shenandoah, you're far more likely to have trouble with a territorial bear or a spooked buck than any phantom cat. That was my steadfast belief until last week. I was scouting a new trail a few miles north of my cabin, deep in a section of the park near Overall Run Falls. The air was crisp, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves, the smell of a perfect autumn afternoon. I was looking for deer sign, my eyes scanning the ground for tracks, scrapes, and trails. That's when I found them. The prints were pressed deep into the muddy bank of a small creek. And my first thought was a very large bobcat, maybe even a young mountain lion that had wandered farther east than its kind usually did. But as I crouched for a closer look, a cold knot of confusion tightened in my gut. The size was the first thing that felt wrong. Each print was wider than my spread hand, the claw marks digging into the soil with ferocious depth. No bobcat or panther I'd ever tracked left a mark like that. Then my eyes traced the pattern of the gait. My blood ran cold. The tracks were arranged in a sequence that made no sense. It wasn't the familiar four-paw pattern of a feline. There were too many. A staggered, overlapping rhythm that spoke of more limbs than any creature I knew. I walked the track line for 50 yards, my hunter's mind trying to piece it together, trying to find a logical explanation. A deformed animal, two animals walking one after the other, their steps perfectly aligned. Nothing fit. The pattern was deliberate, singular, and utterly impossible. It looked, for all the world, like the tracks of a six-legged beast. I tried to shake it off, to file it away as a strange anomaly, but the image of those tracks was burned into my mind. For the rest of the day, the woods felt different. The familiar sound seemed to hush as I passed, and the shadows in the dense laurel thicket seemed to deepen, to watch. The feeling of being an observer, a hunter in his element, was replaced by the prickling unease of being observed myself. That evening, I couldn't rest. Against my better judgment, I climbed into my deer stand, a sturdy platform nestled 20 feet up a massive oak overlooking a game trail. My rifle, a trusted. A .30 Zor-6 rested across my lap, but I wasn't there to hunt. I was there to watch, to prove to myself that the unease was just a product of my imagination playing tricks on me, spurred on by those bizarre tracks. Hours passed. The sun bled out behind the peaks, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange before darkness finally claimed the valley. A full moon rose, casting a silver, ghostly light through the skeletal branches of the trees. The forest came alive with the sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small things in the undergrowth. These were the sounds of my world, the symphony I'd known my whole life. Yet tonight, they offered no comfort. It was just after midnight when I saw it. In a dense thicket of mountain laurel about 80 yards from my stand, 2 points of light appeared. My first thought was a deer, its eyes catching the moonlight. But the light was wrong. It wasn't a passive reflection. These lights were a brilliant, piercing yellow, and they didn't just reflect the moon. They seemed to generate a faint luminescence of their own. They glowed. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The eyes were low to the ground, but they swiveled with a fluid, predatory grace. They scanned the woods slowly, deliberately, before locking directly onto my position in the tree. My heart hammered against my ribs. I'd been stared down by bears and cornered by wild boar, but this was different. In those glowing yellow orbs, I saw more than just animal instinct. I saw a chilling, calculating intelligence. It wasn't just looking in my direction, it was looking at me. It knew I was there. For what felt like an eternity, we were locked in that silent standoff. Me, a man who believed only in flesh and blood, and a pair of impossible, glowing eyes that belonged to a story I'd never believed. The creature never moved, never made a sound. It just watched, its gaze pinning me to my perch, stripping away every layer of my composure. Then, as slowly as they had appeared, the eyes blinked once and vanished back into the impenetrable darkness of the thicket. I didn't move for another hour, my knuckles white on the cold steel of my rifle. The woods had fallen utterly silent. The crickets had stopped their song. The owl was no longer calling. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. The descent from the stand was the longest, most terrifying journey of my life. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig under my boots sounded like a footstep behind me. When I finally reached the solid wood of my cabin door, and through the deadbolt, the feeling of being watched still hadn't left me. It had followed me home. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was only the beginning. The Wampus cat was no longer a story. It was real, and it knew my name. Sleep did not come that night. It couldn't. The solid walls of my cabin, which had always been my fortress against the wilderness, now felt as fragile as paper. Every gust of wind that rattled the window pane was the scraping of a claw. Every creak of the old logs settling was the sound of a heavy footstep on my porch. I sat in my worn armchair, the .30 Zor-6 held tight in my hands, its familiar weight the only comfort in a world that had suddenly become unfamiliar and hostile. I kept the lights off, peering through the gaps in the curtains into the oppressive, moon-drenched darkness outside. I saw nothing but the familiar shapes of the trees and the clearing, yet the feeling of being watched was a physical weight, a pressure against my skin. It was out there, in the blackness, and it knew I was in here. A man like me, a man who has lived his life by the rules of nature, doesn't easily accept the impossible. My mind raced, trying desperately to find a rational explanation. A trick of the light, an animal with a genetic mutation. Had I finally spent too much time alone in these woods, my mind succumbing to the solitude? But then the image would flash in my mind, the six-legged gait, the impossible size of the prints, and those glowing yellow eyes. Eyes that held not just predatory hunger, but a cold, sharp intelligence that had judged me from the darkness. There was no rational explanation, and that truth was more terrifying than any bear or charging boar. When the first weak, gray light of dawn finally filtered through the trees, it brought no relief, only a stark, sleep-deprived clarity. I couldn't stay locked inside my own home, a prisoner to fear. I was a hunter. I needed to see the evidence in the daylight, to touch it, to prove to myself that I hadn't lost my mind. After forcing down a cup of black coffee that did little to calm the tremor in my hands, I unbolted the door and stepped back out into the woods. The air was cold and still, too still. The usual morning chorus of birds was absent. The silence was profound, unnatural. I followed my own tracks from the harrowing journey back from the deer stand the night before. The forest floor seemed to hold a record of my fear, the deep, hurried impressions of my boots in the soft earth. I walked with a caution I'd never felt before, my rifle held at the ready, my eyes scanning not the ground for game trails, but the trees and thickets for any sign of movement, for 2 points of yellow light. When I reached the base of the massive oak holding my stand, I stopped. The ground below was churned up, and there, circling the tree, were the tracks. The same impossibly large, six-toed prints pressed deep into the dirt. My blood ran cold as I understood what I was seeing. After I had been frozen in place by its gaze, it hadn't simply vanished. It had descended from the ridge and circled my position, looking up at me, studying my perch. The thought of it standing directly below me in the darkness, its intentions a terrifying mystery, sent a wave of nausea through me. Worse, the tracks didn't stop there. A second set of prints broke off from the circle, perfectly overlaying my own panicked tracks from the night before. It had followed me. I traced the path, my heart pounding with each step. The creature had stalked me all the way back to my cabin, a silent, monstrous shadow at my heels. The track stopped abruptly at the edge of the clearing, just 30 yards from my front door. It had stood there, watching me retreat into the safety of my home. The fear from the night before was replaced by a surge of primal terror mixed with a chilling sense of violation. It hadn't just observed me, it had marked me. This was its territory, and I was an intruder it was now toying with. The next few days were a living hell. I barely ate, I couldn't sleep, and the silence of the woods became a constant, roaring threat in my ears. I didn't dare venture far from the cabin. The feeling of being watched was no longer a suspicion. It was a certainty. I would catch fleeting movements at the edge of my vision, a flicker of shadow in the dense woods that would be gone when I turned to look. The nights were the worst. The absolute silence would be broken by a sound that would freeze the marrow in my bones. It was a low, guttural cry, a sound that started as a deep feline growl and rose into something that was almost a human scream of agony. It was a sound of pure misery and rage, and it echoed through the valleys, a proclamation of its dominion. On the third night it came to the cabin. I was jolted from a light, fitful doze by a sound from the front porch. Scrape, scrape, drag. It was the sound of something heavy and sharp being dragged across the thick oak of my front door. I grabbed my rifle and crept to the door, my ear pressed against the wood, my body rigid with fear. I could hear something on the other side, a low, wet breathing, punctuated by a deep, guttural purr that vibrated through the door and into my very bones. I stood there for what felt like a lifetime, not daring to breathe, my mind screaming. Then came a loud, splintering scratch as claws dug deep into the wood, a clear and deliberate message. I am here. This door cannot protect you. After a long, agonizing moment, the sounds receded. I waited until the sun was high in the sky before I dared to open the door. There, gouged deep into the wood, were 3 massive claw marks, each one over an inch deep, splintering the seasoned oak like it was rotten pine. The wood around the gouges was stained with a dark, oily substance that smelled faintly of musk and damp earth. Staring at those marks, something inside me broke. The fear that had held me prisoner for days finally gave way to a cold, hard resolve. This creature was not just a phantom of the woods. It was a tangible threat. It had stalked me, tormented me, and now it was trying to breach the walls of my home. This was no longer about superstition or folklore. This was about survival. The old Jedidiah stone, the dismissive non-believer, was gone. In his place stood a man who understood that he was being hunted. But I am a hunter too. These mountains are my home, not this abomination. I would not be coward. I would not wait for it to break down my door. I would take the fight to it. That afternoon, I began to clean my rifle, check my gear, and plan my hunt. The hunted was about to become the hunter, and I knew, with a grim certainty, that only one of us would be walking out of these woods alive. This hunt was unlike any other in my life. It wasn't about sustenance or sport. It was an extermination, a surgical removal of a monstrous tumor from the heart of the land I called home. I prepared not just my ammunition and supplies, but my mind. I polished the barrel of my .30-06 until it gleamed, meticulously arranged each brass cartridge, and honed my lifelong hunting knife to a razor's edge. Most importantly, I studied the map in my head. Every square inch of this forest I knew better than the back of my hand. I knew this wasn't an ordinary hunt. I was going to war. I decided against tracking it from my cabin. That's what it would expect. It was clever enough for that. Instead, I took a wide, circuitous route, heading for the ridgeline north of Overall Run, where I had first found those unnatural tracks. I would start at its own beginning, using my knowledge of the terrain to cut it off. I moved silently and quickly, my hunter's instincts sharpened by a cocktail of fear and adrenaline. The forest around me was eerily silent, as if all its natural inhabitants had fled, leaving just the 2 of us on this battlefield. I spent the better part of the day moving cautiously along the ridge, scanning the ground for fresh signs. Finally, I found them, the familiar 6-toed prints, pressed deep into the soft earth near a large boulder. But this time, something was different. Dark, dried blood was spattered around the tracks, and clumps of coarse, black fur clung to the rough bark of a tree. It was wounded, and that sent a flicker of grim hope through me. A wounded animal is an unpredictable and dangerous one, but it is also a weakened one. I followed the trail of blood and dragging prints carefully. The tracks led me down from the ridge and into a dense, ancient hollow, a part of the park that even the most intrepid hikers avoided. Here, the trees grew so thickly they blotted out most of the sun, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The air was cool and damp, smelling of rot and something far older. I felt like I was stepping into a tomb. The trail led me to a massive granite cliff face. At its base, hidden behind a curtain of thick vines and moss, was a black fissure in the rock, the mouth of a dark cave. The familiar fell stench of musk, wet fur, and decay poured from the blackness, so strong it nearly made me gag. This was its lair. I gripped my rifle, my knuckles white. I knew I had no choice but to go in. I switched on my rifle-mounted flashlight, its beam cutting a sharp path through the darkness, revealing a narrow passage that sloped deep into the earth. The walls were damp and slick. I could hear the unnerving, rhythmic drip of water on stone, and from deeper within a low, wet breathing. It knew I was here. It was waiting. I entered slowly, my back to the cold wall, my rifle sweeping every shadow. The passage opened into a larger chamber. In the center lay a heap of animal bones. Deer and other smaller creatures, all torn apart. But it was what lay among them that froze my blood. There were the tattered, ancient rags of clothing and the rusted metal buckle of what was once a man's boot. "Come on out." My voice was a raw, trembling whisper, but it echoed in the cave's silence. "Come face me." A low growl answered from the darkest corner of the chamber, and from the shadows, it stepped into the beam of my light. The reality was more horrific than any folktale or nightmare. It was as large as a small horse, its fur a matted, filthy black. Its body was a twisted mockery of nature. 6 legs supported its powerful frame in a grotesque arrangement. The front 2 long and bare, with scything claws, the back 4 shorter and feline, giving it a sickening, unsteady gait. But the face was the true horror. It was a hellish fusion of a great cat and a human. A flat nose, a wide mouth filled with yellowed fangs. But the eyes, those glowing yellow eyes, were not the eyes of a simple beast. They were filled with hate, with agony, and with the tormented, long-lost memory of humanity. In those eyes, I saw the cursed woman of the legend. It shrieked, a high-pitched sound of pure pain and rage that ricocheted off the walls, and then it charged. Its speed was unbelievable for something so misshapen. I fired a single shot, the report deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet tore into its shoulder, making it stumble, but it didn't slow. It slammed into me with brutal force, knocking me to the ground, my rifle skittering away into the darkness. A razor-sharp claw raked across my arm, ripping through flesh and muscle to the bone. Pain white hot and blinding shot through me. I struggled beneath its weight, its foul stench enveloping me. Its horrifying face was inches from mine, saliva dripping onto my cheek as its jaws opened for the killing bite on my throat. In desperation, I reached for my belt and drew my hunting knife. I drove it with all my strength into its side. It howled, a sound of agony and fury, and its hot blood spilled over my hand. It recoiled a few feet, giving me just enough time to scramble away and look for my rifle, but I knew I'd never reach it before it attacked again. It stared at me, its yellow eyes blazing with hatred. I saw my own death in them, but I saw something else too: weakness. My bullet and my knife had taken their toll. It was bleeding freely. It gathered itself for a final lunge, but I was ready. As it launched itself forward, I didn't try to run. I lunged forward, ducking under its claws, and with every ounce of strength I had left, I plunged my knife to the hilt into the soft flesh of its throat. It stopped, its massive body shuddering. A piteous, gurgling moan escaped its throat. It collapsed onto the cave floor with a ground-shaking thud. As the life drained from it, the strangest thing happened. Its twisted form seemed to relax, the tense muscles slackening. For a brief moment, in the wavering beam of my flashlight, the grotesque visage seemed to soften, revealing the ghost of a tormented human woman's face beneath the monstrosity. The glowing yellow eyes dimmed and, finally, went dark. I stood there, trembling, covered in my own blood and its. I looked down at the lifeless body of what had once been a story. I felt no victory, only a bone, deep exhaustion, and a hollow sadness. I had killed a monster, but I had also killed a tortured soul. I staggered out of the cave and back into the world. The sunlight had never felt so painful. The forest was still quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet now. A quiet of respect, or perhaps a quiet of waiting. I made my way back to my cabin, tended to my wounds, and never spoke a word of what happened to anyone. But I was a changed man. I was still Jedidiah Stone, hunter of the Shenandoah. But now I knew there were things in this world older and darker than the mountains themselves. And that sometimes the stories whispered around the campfire aren't just stories, they're warnings. My name is Willow Hayes. For the past 6 years, I've made a modest living translating the quiet beauty of the American wilderness onto canvas. My patrons are people who live in concrete cities, but dream of sun-dappled forests and the silver flash of a trout in a clear stream. I am their eyes and hands, a conduit to a world they rarely have time to visit. That pursuit of untamed beauty is what brought me to Shenandoah National Park, to a small, rented cabin nestled deep in a hollow, miles from the nearest town. I came seeking solitude and inspiration, armed with sketchbooks, charcoal, and a desire to capture the soul of the ancient Appalachian Mountains. For the first 2 weeks, I found exactly that. I found peace. But peace, I would learn, is a fragile thing in a place so old and wild. It was the feeling of being watched that started it all. It wasn't an aggressive or overtly malevolent sensation, not at first. It was more like the persistent, unnerving awareness of a deer standing perfectly still at the edge of a clearing, its eyes fixed on you. I'd be perched on a mossy rock, my focus narrowed to the intricate patterns of lichen or the gentle curl of a fern frond, and the hairs on my arms would rise. My head would snap up, my eyes scanning the dense wall of trees, the shadowy undergrowth, the silent, watching ridges. I never saw anything. The forest would remain still, deceptively serene. The only sounds the whisper of the wind through the oak leaves and the chattering of a distant creek. I tried to dismiss it as the hyper-awareness of a city dweller unused to true isolation, an echo of animal instinct my ancestors had long since abandoned. But the feeling persisted, a constant, invisible pressure at the back of my neck. Then came the gifts. The first one was a beetle shell left on the flat top boulder I used as my daily sketching seat. It wasn't just any shell, it was impossibly perfect, an iridescent jewel of emerald and sapphire that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. I hadn't seen one like it in any of my nature guides. I assumed a bird had dropped it, and charmed by its beauty, I tucked it into my pocket. The next day, a river stone appeared in the same spot. It was smooth gray and perfectly heart-shaped, as if sculpted by a master artisan rather than the patient tumble of water over rock. This, I thought, was a peculiar coincidence. By the fourth gift, a cascade of pristine, scarlet cardinal feathers arranged in a fan, the word coincidence no longer felt adequate. Someone or something was leaving them for me. They were always placed in a location I had occupied the previous day, a clear and deliberate signal. I started to feel a strange mix of flattery and fear. Was it another hiker? A park ranger with a shy sense of humor? The gifts were always natural objects, things of beauty, but the act itself felt like a violation of my solitude, a subtle encroachment on my private world. It was during a rainy afternoon, confined to my cabin, that I stumbled upon the legend. An old dog-eared book on local folklore, left on the cabin's dusty bookshelf, spoke of the spirits of the mountains. Tucked between tales of Civil War ghosts and phantom hounds was a short chapter on the Boojum. The text was brief and frustratingly vague, pieced together from old settlers' diaries and campfire stories. It described a creature, a mountain spirit, that was intensely shy and reclusive, a shaggy man-like being that lived deep in the most inaccessible parts of the park. The legend claimed the Boojum was possessive of its territory and fascinated by sheeny things and pretty girls. It was known to observe hikers from a distance, and if it took a liking to someone, would leave them presents unique stones, colorful feathers, and other treasures from its woodland hoard. My blood ran cold. Shiny things and pretty girls. I thought of my long blonde hair, the silver bracelet I always wore, my collection of metallic art supplies. I thought of the iridescent beetle shell. That night, sleep offered no escape. My dreams were filled with rustling leaves and the feeling of eyes on me through the cabin's single pane windows. I started locking the deadbolt, a gesture that felt both foolish and necessary. My daily excursions into the park changed. The familiar trails now felt menacing. Every shadow seemed to lengthen unnaturally. Every snap of a twig made me jump. My art suffered. My sketches became hurried and sharp, my lines betraying the tension in my hands. The joy of my work was replaced by a gnawing anxiety. The feeling of being watched was no longer a gentle pressure. It was a heavy weight, a suffocating presence that followed me everywhere. The gifts continued, but their nature began to shift. One morning, I found a small, crudely woven ring of my own hair sitting on my sketchbook. I had a habit of pulling out loose strands while concentrating, and it seemed this collector had been gathering them. The sight of it, a dark blonde circle against the white paper, made me physically ill. This was no longer a series of charming woodland trinkets. This was surveillance. This was possession. The final gift of that week broke me. I returned to my cabin after a short, nerve-wracked walk near dusk. The air was thick and heavy, the sky a bruised purple. As I approached the wooden steps of the porch, I saw it. Lying on the doormat was a rabbit. It was freshly killed, its body still warm, its neck broken with a clean, efficient snap. There was no blood, no sign of a struggle. It was laid out carefully, almost reverently, a perfect, still life offering. It was a provider's gift, a hunter's gift. The shy, harmless creature from the folklore book vanished from my mind, replaced by the image of something powerful, something capable of this silent, brutal act. The Boojum, I now realized, was not just a shy admirer. It was a predator, and it had decided I was something it wanted to keep. My sanctuary had become a trap, and the watcher in the woods was no longer content to stay hidden. It was inviting me to understand its nature, and I was terrified of what it would show me next. I didn't dispose of the rabbit. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. I stumbled back inside the cabin, slammed the door, and shot the deadbolt home. The metallic click echoed in the sudden, suffocating silence. My sanctuary was gone, replaced by a flimsy wooden box in the middle of a predator's territory. Sleep was an impossibility. I spent the night huddled in a corner, a kitchen knife clutched in my white, knuckled hand, listening. Every creak of the cabin settling, every rustle of leaves outside was the sound of its approach. The forest, once my muse, was now a monstrous living entity, and I was a mouse trapped under its gaze. By dawn, a single frantic thought consumed me. I had to leave. Panic fueled my movements. I threw my clothes, my art supplies, my half-finished sketches into my bags with no sense of order. Everything was contaminated, tainted by the creature's obsession. The beautiful iridescent beetle shell, the heart-shaped stone. I left them on the dusty mantelpiece, renouncing them, hoping it would be understood as a rejection of the courtship. I didn't care about the rental deposit or the paintings I had planned. I just needed the sterile familiarity of asphalt under my tires and the sight of another human face. Bags packed, I took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and pulled it open. The rabbit was gone. In its place, arranged in a neat, deliberate line across the threshold, were my paintbrushes. All of them. Each one had been snapped cleanly in half, the splintered wood of the handles like tiny, broken bones. The bristles of my finest sable brush were stained, not with paint, but with a dark, sticky substance that could only be blood. It was a message of profound violation and calculated rage. You are an artist. This is what I can do to the things you love. Imagine what I can do to you. It was also a warning. Do not cross this line. I slammed the door again, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was not a legend. This was not a shy admirer. This was an intelligence, a malevolent and strategic mind that knew how to dismantle me piece by piece. My car keys, which I always left on a hook by the door, were gone. I tore the cabin apart, my frantic search growing more desperate with every passing minute. I emptied bags, overturned the mattress, checked every drawer 3, 4, 5 times. They had vanished. The creature had been inside. The thought of it standing in this small room, touching my things while I slept, was more terrifying than any ghost story. The days that followed blurred into a seamless nightmare of paranoia and isolation. I barricaded the door at night with the cabin's heavy oak table and a rickety armchair. During the day, I didn't dare venture more than a few feet from the porch. The feeling of being watched was now a certainty. I could feel its presence in the oppressive stillness of the afternoon, in the way the birds would suddenly fall silent. At night, I heard it. Heavy, bipedal footsteps circling the cabin, always just beyond the tree line. Sometimes, there was a sound like deep, raspy breathing, the exhalation of massive lungs. I would sit in the dark, knife at hand, tracking the sounds as they moved from window to window, a silent, sleepless sentry in my own prison. One evening, as twilight bled across the sky, I saw it. I was peering through a sliver in the curtains, my eyes straining against the gathering gloom. For a split second, a figure detached itself from the deep shadows of the ancient oaks at the edge of the clearing. It was huge, far larger than any man, with a stooped, powerful posture. Its form was indistinct, shaggy, and covered in what looked like matted fur or leaves, making it blend almost perfectly with the forest. It didn't move like a man or a bear. It moved with an eerie, unnatural fluidity. It turned its head in my direction, and though I couldn't see a face, I felt its gaze lock onto me, a palpable force that rooted me to the spot. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it melted back into the trees. The last vestiges of my denial shattered. It was real. The Boojum was real. The siege escalated. The creature was no longer content with just watching. It wanted me to know it was there, to feel its power. I would find deep, gouging scratches in the wood of the cabin door, far too high to be a bear. The small propane tank for the stove was disconnected one night, its copper line bent and twisted by an impossible strength. My car keys reappeared not on the hook, but placed carefully on my pillow, a clear demonstration of its ability to come and go as it pleased. It was toying with me, teaching me the rules of my confinement. It wasn't trying to drive me away, it was breaking me, domesticating me like a wild animal. It was telling me that this cabin was my cage, and it was the zookeeper. The true terror, the moment that extinguished the last spark of hope, came on the 5th night. I was woken from a shallow, fitful doze by a sound directly against the wall next to my bed. A slow, wet, scraping sound. Scrape. It was followed by a soft, rhythmic thudding against the window pane. I froze, every muscle in my body rigid with fear. I forced myself to look. Pressed against the glass, illuminated faintly by the moonlight, was a handprint. It was enormous, the palm wide and crudely shaped, the fingers impossibly long and thin, ending in what looked like dirty, broken talons. A thick, muddy residue dripped slowly down the glass. It was the hand of something that was neither man nor beast, a monstrous hybrid born of the dark woods. And it was trying to get in. The doorknob began to rattle, first gently, then with a frantic, violent force that shook the entire door in its frame. The wood groaned in protest. I scrambled to the farthest corner of the room, pulling a thin blanket around me, my throat too tight to scream. The rattling stopped. Silence descended again, heavy and absolute. And then a low voice, a sound that wasn't a voice at all, but the grating of rocks and the groaning of ancient wood, spoke a single word, right outside my window. Mine. The word mine. It was not a sound, it was a physical force. It vibrated through the cabin walls, through the floorboards and up my spine, settling deep in my bones like a fatal chill. It was the sound of a closing cage door. All semblance of a rational world, of park rangers and hiking trails and folklore, dissolved into that single, possessive syllable. The rattling at the door exploded into a deafening roar as the creature threw its immense weight against the frame. Wood splintered. The hinges screamed. The table I had used as a barricade skittered across the floor with each impact, a uselessly light piece of furniture against such primeval fury. This was the end of the game. The toying was over. The hunter was done cornering its prey and had decided to move in for the kill. I scrambled away from the wall, the kitchen knife a pathetic toy in my trembling hand. The window pane behind me cracked, a spider web of fractures spreading from the muddy handprint as a new, rhythmic pounding began there. It was methodical, a horrifying drumbeat counting down my final seconds. It was trying to get in from two sides at once. My mind, numb with terror, raced. To stay was to be torn apart in this tiny wooden box. My only chance, however slim, was the forest. I would have to run into the arms of the very thing I was fleeing, hoping to find a different path to survival in its domain. There was a small window in the back of the cabin, above the kitchenette sink. It was my only hope. As another thunderous crash echoed from the front door, I scrambled onto the counter. My hands fumbled with the rusty latch, my fingers slick with sweat. It wouldn't budge. I slammed my elbow against the glass, again and again, ignoring the sharp, searing pain. On the third strike, the pane shattered, raining jagged shards onto the counter. I didn't hesitate. I pulled myself through the narrow opening, the broken glass tearing at my clothes and my skin, the pain a distant, unimportant signal. I landed in a heap on the damp earth outside, gasping in the cold night air. For a moment there was silence. Then, a roar of incandescent rage erupted from inside the cabin, the sound of a predator realizing its prize had slipped through its grasp. I didn't look back. I ran. I plunged into the blackness of the woods, running blindly, fueled by sheer animal terror. Branches whipped at my face, their thin fingers clawing at my eyes. Roots and unseen rocks snagged my feet, sending me stumbling. Behind me, I could hear it coming. There was no attempt at stealth now. The forest itself seemed to break before its charge. Trees shook, and the sound of snapping branches and heavy, thudding footfalls grew closer, faster than any man or bear could ever move. That horrible, rasping breath was a constant companion, a wet, guttural sound that seemed to be right at my ear. My lungs burned. My legs were screaming. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw its silhouette against the moonlit sky. It was crashing through the undergrowth, its enormous frame moving with that same unnatural, fluid power I had seen before, but now it was filled with a terrifying speed and purpose. It was gaining on me. I fell, my ankle twisting sickeningly beneath me. A cry of pain and despair was torn from my throat. I tried to stand, but a sharp, electric shock shot up my leg. It was broken, or at least badly sprained. I was finished. I crawled desperately, dragging myself behind a massive, fallen log, curling into the fetal position. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps stopped. The woods fell into a sudden, eerie silence. I could hear my own heart, a frantic drum against the forest's quiet. A low sniffing sound came from just over the log. It was searching. I could smell it now. The scent of damp earth, of rot, of wet fur, and something else, a musky, animal odor of pure aggression. It was then that I knew what I had to do. I couldn't outrun it. I couldn't hide from it. But maybe, just maybe, I could surprise it. As its huge, shaggy head rose over the top of the log, I uncoiled. With a scream that was pure primal rage, I lunged upwards, driving the kitchen knife into the dark mass where a face should have been. There was a shriek of pain and fury. A sound so inhuman and piercing it shook the very air. I didn't wait to see the result. I scrambled away, fueled by a final explosive burst of adrenaline, ignoring the agony in my ankle. I ran, limped, and fell my way through the dark, the sounds of its pained roars echoing behind me. I ran toward a faint, distant glow I hadn't noticed before. A light. I burst through the tree line and stumbled onto the cold, hard miracle of asphalt. A car. Its headlights pinned me like a terrified deer. I fell to my knees, waving my arms, tears and blood streaking my face, the kitchen knife still clutched in my hand. The car screeched to a halt, and a park ranger jumped out, his face a mask of shock and concern. I don't remember much after that. I was wrapped in a blanket, my babbling, incoherent story met with placating murmurs. They searched the area, but the official report stated they found nothing but a few strange tracks that were likely from a bear, and a small pool of unidentifiable animal blood. My residency in the Shenandoah National Park was over. I am safe now, they tell me. I live in a city on the 7th floor of a concrete building, hundreds of miles from any wilderness. But I am not free. The soul of the forest, the part I once sought to capture, captured me instead. I can't sleep without a light on. The sound of wind in the trees makes my heart seize. My canvases remain blank, my hands too unsteady to hold a brush, and sometimes, on nights when the moon is full, I wake up, drenched in sweat, certain I can hear a low, grating whisper just outside my window. Last week, on the sterile white sill of my locked bedroom window, I found a single, perfectly shaped river stone. It is watching. It is waiting. The haunting of Shenandoah was not just an event, it was the beginning. My mistake was believing I was ever allowed to leave. My name is Martha Goodfellow. 6 months ago, my husband Arthur and I believed we had purchased our own small piece of heaven. It was an old farmhouse, nestled in the rolling foothills just a stone's throw from the Shenandoah National Park boundary. We bought it for a song, the realtor cheerfully explaining that its age and isolation made it less desirable for most families. For us, that was the entire appeal. We were city folk, Arthur a recently retired accountant and I a former librarian, and we had spent decades dreaming of a quiet life, of trading sirens and traffic for the whisper of wind through ancient oaks. We envisioned mornings spent with coffee on the wide, covered porch and evenings by a crackling fire, the Blue Ridge Mountains standing as silent, purple sentinels in the distance. The house itself was charming, in a rustic, slightly dilapidated way. It was a two-story colonial with whitewashed clapboard that had peeled in places to reveal the weathered gray wood beneath. The floors creaked with a history we were eager to become a part of, and every room held the faint, pleasant scent of old wood and fireplace soot. We spent the first week in a blissful state of unpacking and discovery, laughing at the antique floral wallpaper in the upstairs bedroom and making plans for a vegetable garden out back. The peaceful retirement we had meticulously planned and saved for was finally unfolding exactly as we had imagined. The first sign that our idyllic dream was built on a fractured foundation was subtle, easy to dismiss. It began with the noises. Old houses settle, we told ourselves. They groan and creak as the temperature changes. The sharp rapping sound from the attic that came precisely at dusk each evening. Probably a loose shutter or a persistent woodpecker. Arthur, ever the pragmatist, would find a logical explanation for everything. The faint, musical sound from the living room in the dead of night was just the wind whistling through a crack in the window frame. The feeling of a sudden, inexplicable chill in the hallway was simply a draft from the old cellar door. I wanted to believe him. I truly did. But a librarian learns to trust her instincts, and mine were screaming that something was fundamentally wrong. The event that shattered our willful ignorance occurred exactly 1 week after we moved in. It was a Tuesday morning. I walked into the kitchen, humming to myself, thinking of the blueberry muffins I was about to bake, and I stopped dead. The air was unnaturally cold, so frigid that my breath plumed in a white cloud before me. But it wasn't the cold that made my heart seize in my chest. It was the tea set. My grandmother's beloved china tea set, a priceless heirloom of delicate, hand-painted porcelain, was supposed to be safely locked away in its glass-fronted cabinet. Instead, every single piece, the teapot, the sugar bowl, the creamer, and all 12 cups and saucers, was arranged on the wide, planked wooden floor. They were not scattered or thrown. They were placed with unnerving precision in a perfect, wide circle in the very center of the room. Not a single chip, not a crack, marred their surfaces. They were just moved. I called for Arthur, my voice a strangled whisper. He came running, his face a mask of concern that quickly morphed into disbelief. He walked the perimeter of the circle, his brow furrowed. He checked the cabinet. The key was still in the lock, just as I had left it. He checked the doors and windows. All were securely fastened from the night before. It must have been a tremor, he said, though his voice lacked conviction. A small earthquake, just enough to rattle them off the shelves. And arrange them in a perfect circle, Arthur, I asked, my voice trembling. Without breaking a single piece. And what about the cold? It feels like a freezer in here. He couldn't answer that. He helped me carefully pack the tea set away, this time in a padded box that we stored in the deepest corner of a hall closet. Neither of us spoke of it again that day, but a new tension had settled over the house, as cold and unwelcome as the air in the kitchen had been. The incidents grew more frequent and stranger. Doors I had firmly closed would be found standing wide open. Arthur's meticulously organized accounting books would be rearranged on his desk, not by subject, but by the color of their spines. One evening, as I was reading in the living room, I heard a sound from the floor above. The soft, rhythmic thud of a child's ball, bouncing slowly, deliberately, down the hallway. We did not own a ball. When Arthur went to investigate, the sound stopped, and the hallway was empty. The feeling of being watched became a constant companion. I'd be tending to my new rose bushes and feel a prickling on my neck, a certainty that a pair of eyes was on me from an upstairs window. I'd see a fleeting shadow move in my peripheral vision, but when I'd turn, there was nothing there. Arthur was experiencing it too, though he was loath to admit it. I saw how he'd pause before entering a dark room, how he'd glance over his shoulder when walking across the lawn. The peace we had sought was being systematically replaced by a quiet, creeping dread. Our focus turned to the attic, the source of that first, rhythmic rapping. Armed with a heavy flashlight and a crowbar to pry open the stubborn hatch, Arthur ascended the rickety pull-down ladder. I stood at the bottom, my hands clasped together, my stomach in knots. After a few moments of scuffling and coughing from the dust, he called down, "Martha, you should see this." I climbed the ladder, my head emerging into a space thick with the smell of decay and forgotten time. Cobwebs hung like ghostly shrouds from the rafters. In the beam of the flashlight, I saw a small, forgotten corner of the attic, almost hidden behind a stack of rotted lumber. There, sitting alone on the dusty floorboards, was a small, wooden rocking horse, its paint faded and chipped. Next to it lay a small, leather-bound diary. Arthur picked it up, blowing a cloud of dust from its cover. The leather was cracked with age. He carefully opened it to the first page. Written in the elegant, looping script of a bygone era was a name, Lydia, and below it a single, chilling sentence. "He gets so lonely. He doesn't like it when we're happy." We brought the small diary down from the attic, but the chilling cold seemed to follow us. It clung to the air in the living room, snuffing out the warmth from the embers still glowing in the hearth. Arthur placed the journal on the coffee table between us, as if it were a venomous thing we dared not touch. The last words we'd read in the attic still echoed in my mind. "He gets so lonely. He doesn't like it when we're happy." Lydia. I murmured the name. We should check the house deeds. Maybe there's a list of previous owners. Arthur nodded, but his eyes remained fixed on the diary. "Let's read this first, Martha. We need to know what we're dealing with." With a slightly trembling hand, I picked up the journal and opened it to the next page. The brown ink had faded with time, but the handwriting was still legible. The entry was dated October 1888. October 12th, Father bought this house for us as a wedding gift. It is so beautiful, far from the chaos of the city. Jonathan, my beloved husband, says we can build a happy life here. We will have a house full of children, their laughter echoing through the halls. But sometimes I feel a deep sadness embedded in the very bones of this house, as if these walls have seen far more tears than laughter. October 15th. Today I was arranging wildflowers in a vase in the sitting room when I heard a soft whisper of my name. It was as faint as the wind, but I am certain I heard it. I turned, but no one was there. Jonathan was out hunting in the woods. I was alone in the house, or so I thought. We read on, page after page. Lydia's diary painted a picture of a life full of hope and love, slowly being eclipsed by a growing fear and isolation. She wrote of objects moving on their own, doors closing by themselves, and the whispers that called her name in the night. Jonathan, her husband, never believed her, dismissing her fears as the fancies of a delicate imagination. Then we came to the entry that turned our blood to ice. November 3rd, I have finally seen him. No longer just a shadow or a whisper. I woke last night, freezing cold, to see a translucent figure standing at the foot of our bed. It was a small boy, no older than 10, dressed in tattered, old-fashioned clothes. He had the saddest eyes I have ever seen. He didn't speak, just stared at me with a longing that broke my heart. And then he was gone. November 5th, Jonathan said I was dreaming, but I know what I saw was real. Today I asked around town about the history of this house. An old farmer's wife told me that a family lived here years ago. They had a young son who fell ill and died in this house. She said the boy was terribly lonely. His parents were too consumed with the farm to give him any attention. He died alone in his upstairs bedroom, the very room we now sleep in. The he from the diary was the ghost of that little boy. A lonely child, still wandering the halls, looking for a playmate, for someone to fill his emptiness. As we absorbed Lydia's tragic story, the activity in our own house began to escalate dramatically. The rapping from the attic returned, but this time it was louder, more violent, as if someone were furiously trying to break down the door. One night, as Arthur was at his desk, his lamp switched off by itself. When he tried to turn it back on, the bulb exploded, showering the room in a spray of glass. The most terrifying incident happened to me on a Thursday night. I was in a restless sleep when I felt a small, ice-cold hand touch my cheek. I jolted awake, my eyes flying open. In the dim moonlight filtering through the window, I saw the face of a young boy hovering above me. His skin was pale, His eyes were hollow sockets filled with a profound sorrow. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. I screamed. Arthur flicked on the bedside lamp, and the apparition vanished, leaving only a lingering, bone-deep chill in the air. We could no longer deny it. This house wasn't just haunted, it was possessed by a hurt and angry spirit. Lydia's diary had become a terrifying warning. We continued to read, clinging to a desperate hope that we might find a way to fight back. December 10th, he is jealous of our happiness. He doesn't want Jonathan and me to be happy because he never was. Yesterday, Jonathan gave me a pearl necklace as a gift. I was overjoyed. That night, the necklace disappeared from my jewelry box. This morning, I found it lying in the ashes of the fireplace, the pearls blackened and cracked. December 15th, Jonathan is beginning to believe me. Last night, he saw the rocking horse in the attic moving slowly back and forth on its own, though there was no draft. His face was pale. We are both so frightened. But where can we go? This house is everything we have. The final entry was written in a hand so shaky it was almost illegible. December 20th, 1888, he won't let us go. He says if we try to leave, he will take Jonathan with him. He is getting stronger every day. His power comes from years of sadness and anger. I don't know what to do. I am so afraid, not for myself, but for Jonathan. I must protect him no matter the cost. That was the last page. Nothing followed. It left us with a chilling question. What happened to Lydia and Jonathan? And it left us with a horrifying warning. This spirit would do anything to avoid being alone again. That night, as we sat huddled together on the sofa, terrified, every light in the house went out at once, plunging us into absolute darkness. And then we heard it. The soft, giggling laugh of a little boy coming from the top of the stairs. It was not a happy laugh. It was cold, malicious, and it was getting closer. The darkness was absolute, a thick, suffocating blanket that swallowed the last embers in the fireplace. The giggling sound, a horrifying counterpoint to the dead silence, grew louder as it descended the stairs. It was the sound of pure, unrestrained malice, the glee of a predator cornering its prey. Arthur fumbled beside me on the sofa, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I grabbed his arm, my nails digging into his sleeve. We were frozen, not by choice, but by a primal fear that had seized control of our bodies. A small, shadowy form appeared at the bottom of the staircase, barely visible in the oppressive gloom. It was him. The boy. He stood there for a long moment, a silhouette of profound wrongness. The giggling stopped, replaced by a heavy silence that was somehow worse. Then, with a sudden, violent shriek of tortured metal, the heavy iron poker lifted from its stand by the fireplace and flew across the room, embedding itself in the plaster wall, just inches from Arthur's head. That broke the spell. "Go!" I screamed, shoving Arthur towards the kitchen. "Get out of the house!" We scrambled from the sofa, stumbling over each other in the pitch black room. A hurricane of invisible force erupted around us. Books flew from shelves, pictures crashed to the floor, and the air filled with the sound of splintering wood and shattering glass. The boy's shriek of rage echoed in our ears, a physical blow that made my teeth ache. We navigated by memory, our hands outstretched, feeling our way through the chaos of our destroyed living room. We burst into the kitchen, the room still carrying a faint, residual cold from the tea set incident. Arthur fumbled with the back door's deadbolt, his hands shaking too badly to work the lock. As he struggled, I saw it. The china cabinet, the one we had locked the tea set in. Its glass door swung open with a slow, deliberate creak. Inside, on the top shelf, a single teacup remained, one we must have missed. As we watched, a spiderweb of cracks spread across its delicate porcelain surface before it exploded outward with a sharp ping. "He's trying to trap us!" Arthur yelled, finally managing to throw the deadbolt. He yanked the door open, and we stumbled out into the cold night air. We didn't stop. We ran across the overgrown lawn towards our car, the boy's furious screams pursuing us from the house. We reached the car, breathless and sobbing. Arthur jammed the key into the ignition. He turned it. Nothing. He tried again. The engine gave a weak, pathetic cough and died. A small, pale face appeared in the rear view mirror, looking in from the car's back window. The boy was right behind us, his expression one of cold, possessive fury. The car doors locked simultaneously with a heavy, final-sounding thunk. We were trapped. Arthur frantically turned the key again and again, but the engine remained dead. The boy placed a small, spectral hand on the rear window, and a frost pattern spread from his fingertips, quickly coating the glass in a layer of ice. It was in that moment of absolute despair that Lydia's final words echoed in my mind. I must protect him no matter the cost. She hadn't been afraid for herself. She had been afraid for Jonathan, and the spirit had threatened to take Jonathan if they tried to leave. The pattern was repeating. This wasn't just a random haunting. It was a cycle. The boy didn't just want company, he wanted to replace the happiness he saw with his own brand of eternal, lonely misery. He wanted to take Arthur. A terrible, cold clarity washed over me. I finally understood the cost. Lydia hadn't banished the spirit. She hadn't escaped. She had made a bargain. A soul for a soul. She had offered herself to the boy to be his companion in the afterlife, to save her husband. But her sacrifice hadn't been enough to soothe his rage. It had only made him want more. "Martha, what is it?" Arthur asked, his voice cracking as he saw the look on my face. "He doesn't want the house," I said softly, my voice strangely calm. "He wants you." I looked from my husband's terrified face to the icy window where the boy's ghostly image stared back at us. I knew what I had to do. It was the only way. I took a deep breath. "All right," I said, my voice directed at the ghost in the back seat. "You can't have him." The boy's face contorted in a silent snarl. "You're lonely," I continued, my heart pounding against my ribs. "I understand that. No child should be alone." I unlocked my door. The sound echoed in the silent car. Arthur grabbed my arm. "Martha, no! What are you doing?" I gently removed his hand. "It's the only way, my love," I whispered, leaning over to kiss his cheek. "Live a long, happy life. For both of us." I got out of the car and slowly, deliberately walked back towards the house. The boy's spirit flickered and disappeared from the car's window. I didn't look back. I could hear Arthur screaming my name, pounding on the glass, but I kept walking. As I reached the back porch, the boy materialized in front of me, blocking the door. He was no longer translucent, but seemed almost solid, radiating a palpable aura of cold and anger. His eyes were black holes of ancient pain. I did not flinch. I knelt, bringing myself down to his level. "I know you were left alone," I said, my voice soft. "I know it hurt, but he can't stay with you. His life is out there." I gestured vaguely towards the car. "But I'll stay. I won't leave you. You won't have to be alone anymore." Behind me, I heard the miraculous sound of our car's engine roaring to life. Arthur was safe. The boy's face, for the first time, showed something other than rage. It was confusion, a flicker of something lost, something vulnerable. He took a hesitant, spectral step towards me. I held out my hand, a wave of intense, unimaginable cold washed over me, through me, extinguishing the life and warmth in my body like a candle flame. The world dissolved into a gray, silent fog. The last thing I heard was the sound of tires screeching on gravel as Arthur sped away, escaping into the life I had just bought for him. And this is my house now. Arthur left and never came back, just as Jonathan did all those years ago. The new owners will arrive eventually, I suppose, dreaming of a peaceful life. They will not find it, because he still gets so lonely, and he doesn't like it when they're happy. But I am here now. I sing to him at night, and I tell him stories. I am the guardian of his loneliness. And in the quiet, endless twilight of this place, we wait. My name is Dr. Eris Thorne, and until recently, I considered myself a man of science, a field biologist specializing in avian population dynamics within temperate forests. My work often takes me to the quiet, forgotten corners of the world, places where the symphony of nature remains largely untouched by human hands. It was this pursuit of the undisturbed that led me to the Donut Hole Trail in Sproul State Forest, Pennsylvania. I had secured funding for a multi-day solo expedition, a baseline survey of passerine species, particularly those sensitive to habitat fragmentation birds like the cerulean warbler and the wood thrush, whose melodies are becoming increasingly rare echoes in our diminishing woodlands. The Donut Hole Trail, or DHT as it's known, was perfect for such a study. Its reputation for remoteness and challenging terrain meant fewer hikers, and theoretically, a more intact ecosystem. I sought its unspoiled character, a living laboratory far from the noise of civilization, a place where I could gather untainted data. My profession demands a rational mind, keen observation, and a meticulous approach to the unknown. I believed these traits would serve me well as they always had. I could not have been more wrong. The drive to the western terminus near Jericho was a gradual shedding of the modern world. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then to dirt, until finally I was bouncing along a narrow track that seemed more suited to deer than vehicles. The air grew cooler, cleaner, tinged with the scent of pine and damp earth. Parking my truck, I shouldered my pack, heavy with specialized gear, my high-powered binoculars, a GPS unit with preloaded topographical maps of the DHT, a Kestrel weather meter, sound recording equipment, and several days' worth of provisions. The initial miles of the trail plunged me into what felt like Pennsylvania's deepest, oldest woods. The forest canopy was a dense, interlocking ceiling of green, filtering the sunlight into an emerald twilight. The trail itself was a rugged ribbon, frequently demanding steep climbs that left my lungs burning, and several unbridged stream crossings that required careful navigation over slick, moss-covered rocks. For the first few hours, the forest was alive with sound. The cheerful trill of a black-capped chickadee, the flute like call of a hermit thrush, the distant drumming of a pileated woodpecker, all familiar voices, meticulously noted in my field journal. I felt the familiar sense of calm that always accompanied my immersion in the wild, a profound solitude that was both a professional necessity and a personal solace. It was mid-afternoon on that first day when the character of the forest began to shift. The change was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. I was in a particularly dense grove of hemlocks when I realized the birdsong had ceased. Not faded, not diminished, but stopped. Abruptly. One moment, the air was vibrant with calls. The next, a heavy, unnatural quiet descended, broken only by the sigh of the wind through the high branches and the crunch of my own boots on the leaf litter. I paused, listening, a prickle of unease stirring at the back of my neck. Even in the deepest woods, there's rarely complete silence. I scanned the trees, my binoculars sweeping the branches. Nothing. It was as if every living creature had simultaneously decided to hold its breath. Later, I found tracks that gave me pause. Too large for a coyote, the spacing of the prints suggested a gait that was off. Not quite canine, not quite anything I could readily identify from my years of fieldwork. They led off the trail into a dense thicket and then, inexplicably, vanished, as if the creature that made them had simply dissolved into the air. I tried to rationalize it, a trick of the light, an unusually large black bear perhaps, though the print morphology didn't quite fit. But the feeling of being watched, a palpable pressure on my senses, began to solidify from a vague discomfort into a persistent, unnerving certainty. I told myself it was the solitude, the vastness of Sproul State Forest playing tricks on a mind accustomed to more frequent, albeit distant, human contact. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, tinting the forest in shades of purple and gray, the uneasy quiet was shattered. It started with a sound, a distant, mournful call that didn't quite match any nocturnal animal native to this region of Pennsylvania. It was too guttural, too resonant with a sorrow that felt almost human. Then, closer this time, came a series of barks, loud, sharp, and carrying an unnerving intelligence. They weren't the territorial warnings of a wild dog pack. They seemed to be responding to my movements, echoing my progress along the trail. I quickened my pace, my heart thudding against my ribs, and then I heard it, a perfect imitation of the wood thrush call I had recorded earlier that day, a beautiful, complex melody. But it came from the wrong direction, from a dense patch of rhododendron to my left, and there was something subtly, horribly wrong with its timbre, a mocking quality that sent a shiver of pure dread down my spine. My scientific composure, my carefully constructed rationality, began to fracture. This wasn't normal. This wasn't right. I fumbled for my headlamp, my hands shaking as I strapped it on. The forest was no longer a laboratory. It was something else, something ancient and hostile. I made camp hastily, choosing a small clearing that, despite my best efforts to find a defensible spot, felt terribly exposed. The small fire I managed to build seemed to push back the encroaching darkness by mere inches, its flickering light casting dancing, monstrous shadows on the surrounding trees. Sleep was an impossibility. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, was magnified 100-fold. I sat with my back against a fallen log, my heavy-duty maglite clutched in one hand, its weight a poor substitute for actual defense. Sometime deep in the night, I heard it something heavy, circling my campsite, just beyond the feeble reach of the firelight. It wasn't the cautious tread of a deer or the lumbering gait of a bear. This was stealthy, deliberate, and utterly terrifying. The profound isolation of the Donut Hole Trail, once a key variable for my research, now felt like the jaws of a trap closing around me. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I was no longer the observer here. I was being hunted. The first pale fingers of dawn crept into my exposed campsite, finding me not rested, but haggard and raw-nerved. The fire had long since died to a pile of cold ash, and the maglite, though still clutched in my hand, felt like a child's toy against the oppressive memory of the night. Sleep had been a fleeting, tormented thing, punctuated by every rustle and snap from the surrounding darkness. The circling presence had eventually retreated, or so I desperately hoped, but the silence it left behind was heavy with unspoken threat. My scientific mind, usually my staunchest ally, was reeling, struggling to categorize the night's events into any known framework of animal behavior. The mimicry, the intelligent cadence of the barks, the sheer wrongness of it all, these weren't data points, they were violations. With trembling hands, I forced myself through the motions of breaking camp. Every shadow seemed to wreathe with potential menace. Every gust of wind through the canopy sounded like a whispered warning. I scanned the perimeter of the clearing, my eyes searching for any tangible evidence of my nocturnal visitor. Beyond a few ambiguously disturbed patches of leaves, there was nothing. No clear prints, no scat, nothing to photograph and analyze. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep its secrets. The remoteness of the Donut Hole Trail, a feature I had specifically chosen for its pristine research conditions, now felt like a carefully laid trap. My GPS unit, usually a comfort with its precise coordinates and plotted routes, now only emphasized how utterly alone I was, miles from any road or human contact. A fierce internal debate raged as I choked down a dry energy bar. Part of me, the rational biologist, urged a tactical retreat, gather what data I had, report the unusual vocalizations, and perhaps return later with a team better equipped for what? I couldn't even name it. Then there was another part, a stubborn, perhaps foolish, core of scientific curiosity mixed with a primal refusal to be chased away. What if this was a new species, an unrecorded behavior? The thought, however faint, was a familiar siren song. But beneath both was a cold, hard knot of fear. The barks, the mimicked bird call, they hadn't just been random sounds. They had felt targeted, responsive. Whatever was out there knew I was here. Would turning back even be safer? Or would it simply make me easier prey, a fleeing animal? I decided to press on, at least for a few more hours, telling myself I needed more concrete observations. It was a flimsy justification, and I knew it. The truth was, I was terrified of being a stationary target again. Movement felt like a sliver of control, however illusory. The trail that day was even more challenging than the first, a series of steep ascents and descents through dense rhododendron thickets and over slick, moss-covered talus slopes. The forest remained unnervingly quiet. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, just the unnerving stillness I'd first encountered the previous afternoon. Several times, I caught fleeting movements at the periphery of my vision, a flicker of something dark and too fast between the trees, a disturbance in the undergrowth that vanished before I could focus my binoculars. Each time my heart hammered against my ribs, and I'd spin around, searching, only to find nothing but the impassive trees. Around midday, as I navigated a particularly treacherous stream crossing, hopping between slick boulders, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't an animal call. It was a voice. My voice. It called, a perfect imitation of my own tone, perhaps a little strained as if from a distance. Eris, over here. It seemed to come from a dense stand of hemlocks just up the bank. For a paralyzing moment, I froze mid-step, one foot on a precarious rock. My blood ran cold. It was impossible. There was no one else out here. I knew that with absolute certainty. Who's there? I managed to call out, my voice hoarse and trembling, a pathetic contrast to the clear, confident mimicry. Silence. Then a soft, almost inaudible chuckle, a sound that seemed to slither through the trees, laden with malice. That was when the last vestiges of my scientific detachment shattered. This wasn't an animal. This was something intelligent, something malevolent, and it was toying with me. Panic lent me a desperate agility. I scrambled across the remaining rocks, nearly falling twice, and plunged into the forest on the other side, pushing myself into a reckless, stumbling run. My heavy pack, usually a balanced part of my hiking rhythm, now felt like an anchor, threatening to pull me down with every misstep on the uneven terrain. I didn't dare look back. I could feel it. That same oppressive sense of being watched, of being pursued. But now it was amplified, charged with a terrifying, knowing intelligence. The forest, my laboratory, my sanctuary had become a labyrinth of fear. The trees themselves seemed to contort into menacing shapes, their branches like grasping claws. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest, finally collapsing at the base of a large oak, gasping for air. The silence that descended was, if possible, even more terrifying than the sounds. It was the silence of a predator that knows it has its prey cornered. As dusk began to settle, painting the woods in hues of bruised purple and blood orange, I knew I couldn't spend another night like the last. My training, my experience, none of it had prepared me for this. I fumbled for my GPS, my hands shaking so violently I could barely operate the buttons. The nearest road, a barely their forestry track according to the map, was miles away across some of the most rugged terrain the DHT had to offer. But it was my only hope. As the last light faded and the forest began to whisper with the unseen movements of the night, I heard a twig snap close by. Too close. And then, from the darkness directly in front of me, 2 points of light ignited, glowing with a faint, predatory red. They were low to the ground, too wide apart for any natural creature of these woods. And they were rising. The twin red embers in the darkness did not just rise, they ascended with a horrifying fluidity, as if an unseen puppeteer was slowly drawing a monstrous form upright. They fixed on me, burning with an intensity that felt like a physical weight, a palpable malevolence that stripped away the last shreds of my analytical composure. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp in the suffocating silence. This was no bear, no known predator of Pennsylvanian forests. This was the architect of the unnatural quiet, the mimic, the hunter that had been stalking me with such cruel patience. My legs, leaden with terror only a moment before, found a desperate, primal energy. I didn't think, I reacted. I spun around and plunged blindly into the undergrowth, away from the trail, away from those rising, infernal eyes. The forest, already a challenging labyrinth by day, became a treacherous nightmare in the moonless dark. Branches whipped at my face, roots snagged my ankles, and the uneven ground threatened to send me sprawling with every panicked step. My heavy backpack, once a carefully balanced collection of scientific tools and survival gear, now felt like an iron cage, its straps biting into my shoulders, its bulk throwing me off balance. I could hear it behind me, not the clumsy crashing of a pursuing animal, but something far more terrifying, a series of soft, impossibly fast footfalls, sometimes seeming to pace me on 2 legs, sometimes dropping to a scuttling on 4, effortlessly navigating the dense woods. It was gaining. The air grew cold, and a fetid, musky odor like damp earth and something else, something rotten, filled my nostrils, overpowering the clean scent of pine. Eris, why are you running? The voice, my own, echoed through the trees to my left, laced with a chilling amusement. Then, from my right, my mother's voice, a sound I hadn't heard in 20 years. "Don't go into the dark, dear. There are monsters there." My heart fractured. This creature wasn't just hunting my body, it was devouring my sanity, peeling back layers of my mind to find the tenderest nerves. I screamed, a raw, wordless sound of pure terror, hoping to somehow break the spell, to make it stop. The only reply was a dry, rustling laugh that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, a sound like dead leaves skittering across frozen ground. I stumbled into a small, rocky ravine, the terrain even more treacherous here. My mag light, my last beacon against the oppressive darkness, flew from my grasp as I fell, clattering against the stones and extinguishing. Plunged into near total blackness, the red glow of its eyes, now seemingly closer, was the only thing I could see. This was it, I thought. My deadly mistake. Not just coming here, not just underestimating the silence, but losing my light, my last symbol of human reason in this primal nightmare. I scrambled backward, crab-like, feeling for any kind of weapon, any rock large enough to offer even a futile defense. My hand closed around the cold steel of my geological hammer, a tool for chipping away at rocks, not for fending off this. The creature was at the edge of the ravine, a hulking shadow against the slightly less black sky, the red eyes burning down at me. It was toying with me. I knew it. It could have taken me at any moment during that desperate flight. It descended into the ravine with an unnatural, jerky gait, its limbs seeming to bend at impossible angles. As it drew nearer, I could make out more of its form, elongated, emaciated, covered in what looked like patchy, dark fur or hide, but with a disturbingly humanoid silhouette. Its head was too large, its jaw too pronounced, and as it opened its mouth, it wasn't a growl that emerged, but a soft, wheezing sound like air leaking from punctured bellows. "Your science can't help you here, Dr. Thorne," it rasped, its voice a grotesque fusion of all the sounds it had mimicked the birds. My own voice, the guttural calls, now layered into something utterly alien. "You came looking for the undisturbed." It hissed, the word undisturbed, a mocking echo of my own research proposal. "You found it." My hand slick with sweat tightened on the hammer. I had to do something. To die cowering was not an option. With a yell born of pure adrenaline and despair, I lunged forward, swinging the hammer wildly. The blow connected with something that felt both hard and yielding, like striking water logged wood. A piercing shriek, a sound that was animal and human, and something else entirely tore through the night. The red eyes flared, and a searing pain erupted in my shoulder as something sharp and incredibly strong clamped down. I fell back, crying out, the hammer skittering away into the darkness. The creature was on me, its weight crushing, its breath hot and foul on my face. The red eyes were inches from mine, and in their depths, I saw not just animalistic hunger, but a terrifying, ancient intelligence, a deep-seated hatred for everything I was, everything human. My mistake wasn't a single misstep, a lost piece of equipment. My deadly mistake was believing that the world was entirely knowable, that rationality was a shield against all horrors. It was the hubris of my scientific certainty, leading me into a place where the rules of my world simply didn't apply, a place ruled by an older, darker understanding of existence. The last thing I heard, as the world began to fade into a vortex of pain and unimaginable cold, was a soft whisper, a perfect imitation of my own voice, filled with a terrible, final satisfaction. "The data is now complete, Doctor.